We are about 15 minutes away from noon, and that's when we will start this Board of Education work session. We will see you then. It's about 11:55. We will get started with this Board of Education work session in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
We will start in just a moment. We're waiting on a couple of board members. Okay, it looks like we are ready to get started with our board session. Thank you everyone for being here. This is Jennifer Worthington. I'm just going to go over a few logistics and then we'll get going. Just making sure we had everybody here. This is an open meeting, as you all know. So as you're seeing on the screen, you see our administrators and our Board of Education, but this is being shared with media and the public on our YouTube channel. I know I've talked to cabinet members, but for other administrators, I'm just going to share my agenda. If at any time you want to share something different, just let me know. The first thing you'll see on the agenda are the Zoom norms, which has worked very well for us at our various meetings. And I'm not going to go through them all. Some of them are more relevant maybe for district meetings than board meetings, but we do ask that you keep your microphone muted except when you want to speak. That just really helps with the feedback and the background noise. You know, we'll have some free conversations in here. I know we do during the part that I'm helping to facilitate, so jump in anytime you want. I know a lot of times people talk on top of each other and that's a little uncomfortable. So if you want to go to the participants section at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand, we will be monitoring that. And you can share anything in chat if you want to just reinforce what somebody else has said instead of jumping in. So I think those are our logistics to get us started. Dr. Grover, would you please start our meeting?
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for reviewing the norms. We do have a break established somewhere in the agenda, but certainly if there's a concern or a need to pause, again, you can just let us know in the chat and we will take care of that the same way we would do during a normal board meeting. So to the board, thank you so much for helping us to establish a new date for the retreat. We know we've had to work around certainly some circumstances that we had no idea that we'd be faced with. So we look at this retreat as being phase one. We have established a second date to take care of other items that we hope to cover during our spring retreat. And that date is June 25th. You will receive a calendar invite for that information. I just didn't want to send it out and confuse you. But so phase two will be on June 25th, if you'd like to go ahead and make note of that date. So this retreat, it is designed for the opportunity for us to reflect on our work, take a look at future initiatives, and areas where we would like to get your input. So as a team, we are prepared to address any questions that you have today. We want to be able to do a lot of listening as the board provides input and direction to continue to guide our work. So how about we just kind of maybe frame, just kind of set the stage, center the conversations for today. And I'd like to start out with the Board of Education. And again, Jennifer, you could just maybe just repeat each one of the responses from the board. I kind of let you help me facilitate that. But what we thought we'd start out with is just, what is one word or phrase that describes how you are feeling right now? And this is for the Board of Education. Maybe we'll start with Mrs. Hinkle and kind of work our way around the screen here. So what is one word that describes how you're feeling right now?
I would say anxious. Do you want me to explain why or just share the word?
I'll leave that up to you. If you got a short phrase you want to add to it. But
Well, I'm just anxious to get back to some level of normalcy, even though I don't think we're going to get completely back to where we were before COVID, and just anxious for our students, hoping that they're all okay and safe.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Dr. Bros. Let's see if I have the horseshoe memorized. Dr. Bros.
I would say it is, Bonnie took mine, anxious, but I will say reassured. Not only are we anxious, we're reassured that we're doing the best we can in spite of the pandemic. And everything that we do is in the best interest of our students and our community and our parent population.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Well, I would say Bonnie took my word as well. Anxious is what I was going to say as well, but I will change it and say hopeful. I am anxious, but I'm hopeful that we can at some point find some kind of a normalcy that's not what we're doing now. Just being able to be out and about and doing our daily lives, and for our students and our staff, again, hopeful that we can at some point get back together and do things normally as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf?
Thank you, Dr. Grover. I think I would say proud. I'm really proud of the things that I'm seeing in regards to what our teachers are doing with our students, what our district is doing to serve our districts or our students with food and services. And while a lot of things are unknown, as Mrs. Hinkle said, with being anxious, but I would say I'm very proud of the district and proud of what we're doing.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Barsones?
Hello, I did all, but I would say overwhelmed, and not necessarily in a negative, heavy type of way, but overwhelmed along the lines of the possibilities, new opportunities, and just being forced into resetting and seeing, again, overwhelming a lot of things that we can do that we have learned. One word's not going to cut it, but that's the one I can think of. So overwhelmed. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to keep working on my way around. Mrs. Inc.
Sorry, I had to find the unmute. I would say at this point, I'm feeling very confined. I get my energy from people. And I've only been around a couple of people over the last 6 weeks beyond being on video conferences. So I miss the interaction, and I know our families and our kids miss the interaction with our friends. And our teachers miss the interaction with their students. So hopefully we can get back sooner rather than later to some sort of not being confined. The nicer weather does help, because you can at least get a little outside just a little bit.
Agreed. Thank you. Mrs. Albers.
I would say encouraged. And I feel like as a community, the communities really come together, the districts really come together. And I guess I'm hopeful that we've pushed through a very difficult part of this, and with some success, a lot of success, and hopefully I'm just encouraged for the future, optimistic.
Thank you. Mrs. Gordon-Maker.
I would say I feel grateful. I feel grateful for my family's health so far. I feel grateful that everything has gone as well as it has. I feel grateful that these kids are one-to-one and that they have education. And, we've seen a lot of community spirit that we haven't seen in a really long time in our community. I mean, our community has been through a lot and is going to still go through a lot, but I feel grateful for every place that we've been so far. And I echo Lisa's hope that we've pushed through a fairly difficult part of this, and I hope that things get better in the future.
Thank you. Mrs. Schutz.
Well, you guys are all half full glass people, so I'll throw mine out and just say, just sad. A lot of opportunities missed. I have a graduating senior, graduating college kid, wedding, 2 weddings that have been postponed, and so a lot of the attitudes out there in the community, it all just makes me sad. Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Schutz, for sharing. We always want to be able to create a safe space within our organization to share. And I think it's important for us to take the moment, because there are a range of emotions that we are feeling. And the one thing about it is that we know that we can lean on each other and depend on each other. And so as we want to make sure that we're pacing, and taking all of the emotions in consideration as we continue to move through the work. So we have, from one point of being anxious to being hopeful, but overall just being grateful. And I would say for our administration, we're very grateful for the leadership that we have in our Board of Education, because I too believe that this has been a year that's been a test, but also a testament to our leadership, our system, and truly our team. Amid our current situation, we've had to pivot and we've had to take certain actions. But the way that we've been able to find our balance is really through our mission statement has stayed constant, and we know what our mission is, and that is every student, every day a success. In educating students, we teach hearts as well as minds, and we are committed to our students. And so I'm just going to read our commitments because it's these commitments that keep us focused, it keep us grounded, and honestly, it keeps us pushing on each and every day. And so our student commitments are: every student will be taught to read, write, and communicate effectively, solve problems, acquire and apply knowledge, and demonstrate mastery through performance to the best of the student's abilities. Every student will be treated with fairness and dignity. Every student will be honored for their unique qualities and backgrounds. Every student will experience a sense of belonging, contribution, and success. And every student will develop responsibility and show respect for others as well as oneself. If we were just to pause for just a minute, we can see how this is playing out for our students, and even how we support our students. I truly believe that we support them in a way that helps us to live up to our commitments. So today, as we move through our retreat agenda, we are going to, of course, be looking at how we continue to address the issues that we're faced with to keep GIPS learning and thriving. We are having to be very creative and aggressively innovate to keep true to our values and traditions. And we have to plan and have foresight as we think about tomorrow and keeping sights on our future, which will involve some recovery efforts, some rebuilding, as well as the need for us to reinvigorate some initiatives that we've been looking forward to as we continue to support students who thrive. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mrs. Hinkle.
Thank you. And thanks to the board for sharing how you're feeling and being vulnerable on that part. We appreciate that. So everybody, I'm sure, got the governance handbook or governance core book read, right? Haha. We're not going we're not going to do the book study completely today, because we feel like it's something we want to be able to do when we're actually face to face, which there will come a day we are once again face to face and be able to interact. But it really sets the stage, part of the book, for what we're doing today. We're going to hear information from our administrators about different items like equity and the development training for staff. And I'm sure a lot has changed because of our response to the pandemic. But there's one part in the book that just kind of sets the stage for what our role is as the Board of Education. And I'm looking at page 20. And it says, governance is about systems, not pieces. And I'm going to just take snippets, not the whole thing. Thus, governance is a strategic, not an administrative function. So that's always good for us to remember that as the Board of Education, we're about the strategy, not about the administration. At the outset, it is important for trustees or Board of Education members to understand that governance as an organizational function is fundamentally different from the administration curriculum instruction. Governance is a well-defined organizational function that requires specific skills different from administration and curriculum instruction. Board members are elected to govern, not manage or teach. And to complicate matters even more, boards govern and not the individual trustees or board members. So that's just a good way to remind us why we're here today as board members. And then the other thing too is, so today we're going to learn a lot. And so part of good governance is deep learning. So moving to page 41, it says governance is a job that requires a deep understanding of the issues underlying the moral imperative, system-wide coherence, and strategic goals. Effective trustees or board members do their homework. And then deep learning by boards of the or members of the major educational issues in the 21st century requires understanding the challenges facing the students they serve. Put another way, if you are good at academic schooling, are you automatically good at life? And we talk a lot about how we're trying to prepare our children for life. They're getting quite the education right now, but we just are here to learn today so that we can make sure that we're giving them what they need, especially if we have to do some catch up because of the fact they weren't in school. So I did ask each of you to just give a quote from the book that you liked. So why don't we go around here? Let's, I'm just going to look at the board. Let's start with Dr. Brose. Do you have a specific passage from the book that you liked?
I do. And it is governance mindset requires a fundamental understanding of all elements of the organization. Governance is about systems, not pieces.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown.
Mine would be part of the challenge for the board is to maintain its critical long-term focus while also comprehending the rapid changing dynamic world we live in. Isn't that appropriate right now?
Yes, it is. Who would have ever thought we could have changed so quickly?
I know.
Yep. Ms. Wolf.
It's on page 88, and it's in the blue writing. A unified board is made up of individuals complete with different beliefs, styles, and personalities working together with a shared moral imperative in a collaborative, cooperative fashion toward a common goal.
Very good. Mr. Barsonis.
Mine is on page 104, and it's cooperative individualism is an excellent description of the balance between individual strength and leadership and the importance of teamwork. Just it was a reminder for me of we all come in as leaders and we might have, you know, a point of view, but it really takes being leaders and followers in this process.
Yeah, very good. Mrs. Inc.
Well, I'm glad I had more than one one quote figured out because Carlos and Erica both took two of mine. So I was like, whew, I'm glad I'm next. The value of the board is in the strategic oversight and support that the board provides. The board brings the passion, the drive, the commitment to achieve the moral imperative, not distracted by day-to-day administrative challenges. This is purposeful action.
Very good. That is a good one. Mrs. Albers.
Coherence is not alignment. Alignment occurs when the main pieces are aligned, such as goals, finances, professional development, assessment, and so on.
Yeah, very good. Very true. Mrs. Schutz.
Yeah, I've got a million quotes in here lined, but I went with one that I think is totally applicable today. It's on page 148. In times of turmoil, it is crucial that local governments become stronger. And a little further down, it says our fundamental premise remains the same. Effective school boards and superintendents are system players. This means that local boards need to take into account state policies, but must also interpret them in light of local priorities.
Yeah. That is very, very, isn't that funny? It's like they knew what was going to happen when they wrote the book. Mrs. Gordermaker.
Mine is on page 78, and it's the first 100 days, what new trustees should do. And number 1 was suspend all preconceived notions about the district, the staff, and the board.
Yeah, I think we all kind of learned that by experience, didn't we? All right, well, I think I caught everybody, and I want to thank you for that. And, you know, the book talks a lot about the shared moral imperative. That's one thing that I think as a Board of Education, as well as the entire district, we've always already had. That's nothing new to us. And Dr. Grover reminded us of that when she shared the commitments to our students. And again, that's why we're here today. So I will turn it back over to someone who would like it next.
I will take it. This is Jennifer
Okay.
again. We're going to move into our first agenda topic, equity framework. And I loved hearing board members, your quote from the book, because I think it works. It speaks to a lot of what we're going to talk about today, alignment and systems and new learning. And I'm very excited to have the opportunity to share some information about the equity work that we've been doing along with Dr. Schneider and Dr. Levas. Let me get to another screen here. There we go. Hopefully you can see the better and stronger together. So today we're going to be talking about the equity framework, which you've heard a little bit about, but we're going to go much more in depth and we're going to ask for a lot of help from you. So put on your creative thinking caps because we're anxious to hear your input. What we'd like to accomplish today, we're going to share just a little bit of background and then the themes from our empathy interviews. And then we're going to have you help us look at alignment of those themes to the draft framework and then begin the work of a GIPS definition. We'd like that board voice first, and then we'll take it back to our task force and then bring it back to you for approval. So just a little bit of background, I've been involved in this district for a number of years, longer than I've been just on staff. And I think that we've always done a wonderful job with equity, with looking at students' individual needs. I think it was brought to the forefront, however, with the strategic plan, because Objective 7 speaks specifically to that. And as part of his Objective 7, in January of 2018, we established the Cultural Proficiency Task Force. And then I think it was board members who first came back from a national conference, really reporting out on several different equity sessions they attended. I know that in our National Public Relations Conference, where we usually talk about communication and PR, there were several equity sessions. And then at Administrator Days in the fall of 2018, the Commissioner of Education rolled out the NDE definition and equity framework. That framework, that definition resonated with our task force, and we've kind of informally adopted it for now, although we know we want our own GIPS definition, but we've used that framework as we've moved forward. We developed student commitments, which are on one of the sheets that we'll bring up today and that you had to look at ahead of time. The task force also looked at benchmarking data. We selected several data points that we want to use to help us look for equity in our district. And now we need to develop the tools to really dig in and learn about that. That'll be the next thing. But then we realized, I think all of us involved really had a pretty darn good handle of what our families and our students needed. But our information was coming from a fairly small group, mostly internal. And so Dr. Grover brought the idea of empathy interviews, I believe, from the Broad Institute. And so we conducted empathy interviews over the last few months. And we want to report out how we took all that information we got from the interviews with parents, students, and staff, and how we turned it into the document that you'll see in just a moment and that you had ahead of time. I do want to mention that task force is made up of about 29 people. Mrs. Hinkle and Mr. Barsonis are part of that, as well as certified and classified staff from across the district, and then administrators both from the central office and from the buildings. So a pretty broad representation and a hardworking group. As we worked on the themes, several of them came in many, many times to help with that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Schneider to share the themes with you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Worthington, for that background, and good afternoon, everyone. While you're locating the empathy interview themes document, I just want to give you about a 2-minute background about that process before we ask you to reflect on the empathy interview themes and summaries that are presented to you. The Equity Task Force, as Mrs. Worthington mentioned, we conducted nearly 60 interviews between the months of November and February, and those stakeholders were interviews with students, staff, and parents. And then after the interviews were completed, the Equity Task Force was tasked to go back to their interview notes and highlight 3 to 5 key points and 3 to 5 insights that they learned based on the questions that were asked during those interviews. We then took all of those key points and insights, and there were 430 of them, by the way, and we had them placed on individual strips of paper. And the reason we did that is we took this back to the Equity Task Force, and they participated in a coding and sorting activity. And they identified, our team identified salient themes and concept headings and labels based on those highlights and insights. So it was a tedious but really rewarding process. This took us a while to do. We also took the process to other stakeholder groups like the Teacher Leader Coalition, and then just really presented to them our preliminary themes and other small groups of the Equity Task Force. So we did just some kind of continuous process of narrowing that coding to really identify the themes that are presented on the document that you have today. So as a result, the interview themes and summaries are what you're seeing on the document. And I don't know, Mrs. Worthington, yeah, if you would like to pull that up. So the themes that we came to as a team were bias, communication, culture and climate, educational opportunities and barriers, expectations, relationships, student experiences, and support services. So what we're going to be really asking you to do today is to help us move our work forward, and really us getting your feedback and input on these themes and summaries is going to be key in that work. So hopefully you've taken the time to read those 8 themes and summaries, and you have that in front of you right now. But I am going to give you just a timed 1 minute just to have a little think time, because I'm going to be presenting these 2 questions that are on your screen to you. What are your initial reactions to the themes? And what may not be reflected in the themes that you expected to hear from our stakeholders about their experiences in GIPS? So I am timing you right now for 1 minute just to collect your thoughts, and I'll come back in a minute. Okay, that was a quick minute. Okay, let's do it this way. So by using the raised hand signal in the participants area down in the bar there, if you would like to, let's start with question 1. Mrs. Worthington is going to be taking notes in the document that's presented to you on the screen. So what are initial reactions to the themes? And I will watch for raised hands. Sure. Okay, either I'm not seeing raised hands or you're still in the thinking process. If anybody would like to jump in, let's try it that way.
I think the host.
I raised my hand.
Oh, I can't see them. Okay, so let's just, I have obviously the list of board members here. Was that Ms. Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I really felt like a lot of the information in there was positive. But one thing that kind of stuck with me that I thought was interesting is under the communication theme. And it's actually the final paragraph about negative perceptions about expectations. You know, and I remember this from my K through 12 teaching background. There were times that wasn't necessarily a reason, like it was just, this is the we just had to do it this way or something like that. And I remember my students getting upset because they also want to be in charge of their education. So I just thought that was a really great reminder to think about, that while our students are usually minors that we are working with, that it is important to explain why we have to do this or why we have to do that. Because sometimes that could be really, really helpful in regards to the student just needs to know why, and then they can go about their day and learn the content or learn the concept. But until they know why, that could um, create a barrier for their learning. So I just thought that was really interesting to think about again.
Thank you, Ms. Wall.
Schneider, I guess that just a couple of us can see the raised hands. Mr. Barcenas has his hand raised.
There you go. Having a hard time finding my mute button. I like what we've done and what you guys have done. I really, all on this time we've talked about how do we make things better. So when I see the themes, it's good that what I caught my eye is that we're continuing to have a deeper look and be more comfortable with uncomfortable topics and uncomfortable situations. And diversity and inclusion, I think many times has been seen as either you have it or not, or you reach it. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. I think what we're doing is always asking how we can make it better and realizing that everyone is an individual and we have different experiences. And I know this is a snapshot of just a few families and the participants, but and what I like is, again, the asking, how can we make it better, being comfortable with bringing these topics to the table and just pausing and how can we approach them and work on them. I know I'm being redundant here, but that's all I have.
The next one I see is Mrs. Hinkle.
Right. So what really, the one thing that really stuck out to me was under the relationships column, and it was from staff. It was said staff mentioned they have witnessed teachers favor some students more than others, and many times blame the children for their social and academic shortfalls. They even go on to say that, some staff may not be in the right field, but I thought this was very telling that staff can recognize it in each other, that, kids may be dealing with stuff that we have no idea at home. And so if they're misbehaving or if they do something, like it goes on to say if they smell or they eat too fast, it may be because of reasons at home, and that we need to be more empathetic to that. And I thought that was really good. And I feel like that's an area that we should focus on. So anyway, that was the one that came out to me, but overall it was very positive and I was very happy to see that.
Mr. Brown is the next one I see.
All right. I think the theme that caught my eye was under culture and climate. And it looks to me like there's a little, I don't know how to explain it. There was both positive and negative in there. So I think there's a disconnect in our culture and climate. I know that's something that we've been working and talking about. It looks like we have both parents saying that here's why we like to send our kids to GIPS. And then we have comments about just the mixture of culture and some concerns. So I think to me, it's like something we need to wrap around on getting a direction and making sure that our culture and climate for each building, this may not be all buildings, but to make sure that all of our buildings are experiencing the same culture.
Let's go with Dr. Brose and then Mrs. Schutz.
Thank you. I was impressed by a couple of things, and I don't want to be Danny Downer on this, but the hidden bias bothers me a little bit. That even though people say I don't have a bias, I don't see people differently, there is evidence in the report that indicates that that bias, that hidden bias, does exist. I was impressed with the relationship piece, but I felt the disconnect from the staff who were interviewed when they said that they felt like some of our decisions are top down and they weren't feeling like they were vested.
Mhm. Thank you, Dr. Bros. I think Mrs. Schatz.
I was going to touch on the relationship piece too. I think overall, I guess nothing terribly surprised me, other than I guess overall, I think it's more positive than I maybe would have thought. But the relationship piece comes out to me, especially we've made this move to a virtual environment, and just witnessing and watching, like my own daughter, how she is communicating with her teachers and some of those pieces, the teachers and the staff that had those relationships with students before, I think are withholding this or withstanding this virtual process a lot stronger. And I wonder in the future if that's something that will become even more evident and more important as we continue to do e-learning and virtual things. Having that relationship, it kind of takes a different spin on things now. And I just think that's a piece that really needs some looking at.
And I believe Mrs. Albers is the last one with her hand up, but then anybody else can certainly jump in as well.
I was just going to say, we need to make sure, we need to try as much as we can to get as comfortable as we can with the uncomfortable. And Carlos touched on that too. I mean, these aren't easy questions to ask, and these aren't easy conversations to have. But I think it's going to be important to revisit this as things change, as our community changes because of COVID and because of all the stressors that we've had of late, to see what other needs or what other services we might be able to provide in those interviews. See, just to kind of keep a handle on how things develop and change going forward.
Very good. Any other hands, Mrs. Worthington, or anyone?
I would just, this is Dr. Bros, I would just like to point out that the information under educational barriers has always been there. It's concerning that we have people who don't understand how to meet the individual needs of kids. And, the Road to Intervention RTI is supposed to help with that. But apparently we can't have every student every day a success if we have these barriers that teachers perceive exist.
Carlos, did you have something else?
Just wanted to add quick, and it's even as we talked about this document and we look at the feedback, that tendency that we have of is it positive, is it negative, and touching on the biases and what do we do intentionally. I think that now that we're spending more time in this virtual environment, going to what Dr. Bros mentioned of the biases, and even in the report of, we are humans, we have our biases, we have our experience. And if things are happening in the classroom where we might have preference for a student or seem like that, how do we navigate that now that we're in this virtual environment where now it might be easier not to pay attention to a child? Now it might be easier to say, I'm going to dismiss this. Again, I think it's not necessarily, this is happening, we got to tackle it. I want to put it out there on the table just to say, how can we make sure that every staff member, every administrator, every family, every student has the resources to make sure that we're connecting, and that this virtual environment hasn't made another barrier for feeling connected.
Good. Any other hands?
Mrs. Schutz, did you want to
Yeah, and I'm gonna be the glass half full person. Just going off of what Carlos said, I see it the opposite. In a virtual world, it takes away some of that bias. You don't have a teacher commenting of he smells, or because you don't have that, or how does that how does that student look, or those kind of things. And I think in a way it puts everybody, as long as they have connectivity and have a computer and those kind of things, it kind of puts all students on a level playing field. You don't have all those outside distractions other than behavior and you know, some of that kind of stuff coming in. But in a way it can make it easier to get rid of biases. I don't know, just a different take on it.
Anybody
Okay.
else want to jump in before we move on? Don't see any
This is
others.
Kelly. And I was just pleased that these themes just seem very honest. And I think we do need to dive into some of them a little bit deeper to truly understand what's going on. But sometimes it's easier because these questions are difficult, and it's difficult to show your true colors sometimes. And so I'm just really happy that people were willing to be as honest as they were, so we can better understand how to make our culture better, how to uncover those biases, and to somehow be able to, as a community, treat each other with dignity and respect across the board. And I kind of agree with Heidi, probably more in the high school, is that it does remove some of that bias when you're in a virtual environment. But I think maybe with littler kids, it kind of depends on how their parents are able to help them with things, and get them online and help them with their like the little classroom that Carlos has at home. You know, so I think the older the child is, maybe it's easier in a virtual environment to take some of those biases away. But with younger children, it might add some of that just because of their ability to, or inability to do things individually, and they need some help from their parents.
Very good. Based on time, this conversation is so great. It's so hard to, I feel like we're cutting the conversation short, but Mrs. Ink, I really appreciated the piece about trust, and the questions are hard. I just wanted to add quickly that the confidentiality measures that we took, we felt that the participants really trusted the Equity Task Force members that were doing the interviews, and one even going so far as saying, I'm glad we're doing these interviews. Now please use the information, which obviously we will, but you know, how, you know, just clearly they stated that. So just quickly, before we move on, I'm looking at the second question. So what might not be reflected in the themes? And you've talked a lot about some things that you have read, but what may not have been reflected in the themes that you might have expected? And Mrs. Worthington, you'll have to tell me about hands.
I will. I'm watching.
Okay.
Board members must be thinking. Mrs. Hinkle.
Well, I think the reason you're not seeing our hands go up so much is because it was so comprehensive. I honestly couldn't think of anything that wasn't there that I would have expected to be. And in fact, there were things that were there that I was like, oh, I had never thought about that. So I think it was very comprehensive. And again, I would just say that it tended to be more positive overall. Still, I mean, we definitely, the constructive feedback have to look at closely. We don't want to ignore it, but just happy to see that it was mostly positive.
And I don't see other hands. So would anyone else like to jump in before we move on?
All right, well, I'm up next.
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. Amanda Lebos. And we're really now going to take the time of connecting the themes back to the work that the Equity Task Force had done prior to the empathy interviews. So we had really looked at the Nebraska Department of Education definition of equity that was published in 2018, that fall, and kind of adopted that as our grounding spot of how we define equity for now. And then really looked at to what are our commitments in GIPS for equity. And really what that was to help ground all stakeholders. So I know a few of you talked about being comfortable with the uncomfortable. So it's really how do we ground everyone to accept responsibility, to hold themselves, but then also each other accountable to cultivating an equitable district where all individuals are valued and respected. And so we came up with these 4 commitments. And then the purpose then of the empathy interviews was to identify, are we on track? Are we where we need to be with what we commit to in regards to equity in Grand Island Public Schools? So the first one is in regards to access and inclusion for all, so that equitable access and treatment and outcomes for all students, no matter your background or your culture that you come from. The second is positive relationships and interactions. Are we committed to that culturally inclusive environment where everyone is respected, accepted, and that sense of belonging for all stakeholders? The third one, maximizing individual potential. So really looking at individual needs and designing that personalized learning pathway and experiences for all of our students to achieve success. And then the fourth was intentional distribution of resources, that equitable use of funds, staff, and resources. And built in with all 4 of those are the evidence of how we're going to identify that, monitor, and address when it's not happening, which a lot of that still needs to be built out of what that would look like. So if we move back to our question, to connect this all together and what feedback that we want from you, is there any alignment or misalignment with what you saw in the themes to those 4 commitments that we have made regarding equity with Grand Island Public Schools?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yep. So based on just the conversation we had about all the themes that we uncovered through the empathy interviews, how is that aligned, or is there some misalignment within those 4 commitments that we talked about? Access and inclusion for all, positive relationships and interactions, maximizing individual potential, and the intentional distribution of resources.
This is Erica. Do I have to raise my hand? Can I raise my hand in my picture? Oh, okay.
You sure can.
I have a question, and I'm just thinking from my day job. In like looking at equity, and we have it says we advocate for equity through, but I almost wonder if we also need to include teaching individuals to be advocates for themselves. So looking at advocacy, just because, for example, if I was a student and I wasn't, for whatever reason, I didn't have equitable access, but the student didn't make that information, known, or the parents didn't explain that or anything. So I guess that's just something that I'm wondering, because when I work with students needing accommodations, they really, really do have to advocate for themselves. So I'm just curious if that's something to incorporate as well. I'm not quite sure where. It's just something that came in to my mind, and I don't know if that would maybe go under maximizing individual potential. or somewhere else under
Yeah.
access and inclusion? I don't know.
I kind of, when you were talking, as you were talking, I really thought that we could potentially make it very clear within maximizing individual potential, but maybe digging into those questions again and finding out where it best looks at. So we can take that back to the equity team for sure.
And when I was reading them, I guess going along the lines of what Eric is saying, and maybe just a different read through it is, I was looking at also from the standpoint of how can we be responsible to helping every child, and then the piece about creating the self-agency or advocating for themselves is part of our mission and vision statements. So maybe I don't know if it needs to be there or it needs to be on both places, but I think there is that connection that in our mission statement, that's what we're saying. We're going to teach our kids to the best of their abilities. We're going to try to they have this sense of agency and advocacy. And maybe in my brain it's all implied and we need to put it in there in writing. But again, it could also be on the maximizing individuality. So I guess I'm just thinking out loud as Erica, you mentioned that. I think we are saying we're going to take care of equity and we are going to hold ourselves responsible as a district and staff. And it's implied that we're going to do it, but maybe we need to put it in writing. Sorry.
So maybe just a further conversation later with our task force is either a standalone advocacy commitment or something woven in and very clear and intentional in one of the commitments we already have created.
And Dr. Brose, I believe he wanted to.
Yes, I like seeing those commitments, the advocacy statements. My question, and maybe you answered this, Amanda, and I was daydreaming, but will you be bringing an implementation and evaluation plan to the board as this is fleshed out?
Yeah, that'll be part of the framework. We've already identified some of the data that we'll look at, but we have, we don't have all of those built out yet to really specify how we're going to monitor it and how we're going to address it in there, but it's stated there, so we're going to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to jump in on that one?
So maybe that comment from Dr. Brose really leads us into the next question to get some input from you from the board is, based on the framework that we presented, based on the themes that you read, what work or advice do you have for work for the equity task force to keep us moving forward?
I would throw in there, solely Julie, I see your hand raised and I just spoke over you. I would throw in there, we're looking for those positive things and it's great to hear them. And we saw what could be a potential negatives and, it might be negatives, but also it's places that we can work on. And I think we can continue to, how can we continue to have those deeper conversations where, we're not necessarily looking to hear the positive or feeling comfortable with being told, hey, this might not be working, and asking, okay, who is it not working for? Or why is it not working? Just the fact that we're being challenged on something that might be perceived as a wrong, asking, okay, how can we be comfortable with that area? And then again, the mentality of how can we continue to make it better? Not necessarily that we're looking for the right and wrong, and that the goal of the equity is not that we've reached it and we're done, but it's an ever evolving, and we're looking every year, staff changes. We're now in a virtual classroom, communities change. So our view of equity continues to be an ever evolving theme or process.
How about Mrs. Gordemaker and then Mrs. Schatz?
I think, whenever we return to the classroom after all of this, I just worry that the gap between the haves and the have-nots is going to be so deep in some of these schools. And I just am concerned about what, the little kids don't notice as much, but middle school, high school, that's a really tricky time for some of these kids, and you know, some of them looking down on families that have suffered a little bit. And you know, I know that's pretty broad and vague, but just I worry about the equity in the classrooms and some of these older kids because of what they've gone through.
I guess my question is, how do we advocate for students, we advocate for our staff. How do we teach the empathy part and the equity part to our families and to our parents, and how do we get them on board with this as well? A lot of kids, you know, touching a little bit on what Julie said, as far as, you know, some people looking down on other people, families or whatever, a lot of that's learned in the home and from parents. So how can we touch on that little piece of it?
Yeah, and I saw Carlos in the chat said he certainly agreed with you, Heidi. We'll be sure that gets in there. Anything else? So Amanda, anything you want to finish up on, or Dr. Grover, or anybody else?
Well, this is Kelly, and just to like piggyback on what Carlos said, you know, if we find that there's an equity issue with one person who spoke up, it's probably with others who are not speaking up. So we need to make sure that we explore that as not just to that individual, but that maybe others are having that same issue, and not just think, oh, well, this is just specific to this one person, because we might find that there's a group of people who are having that same issue, and we can, you know, solve something larger than just thinking it's only affecting one person. I don't know if I said that right, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I think what is nice is we have a framework in place for empathy interviews now. And so we can change the questions and dig deeper into some of these themes and findings that we had to ask different questions to get more at, dig deeper into those areas. So that's another consideration too, I think, as we bring this forward to the equity task force, of addressing what we're seeing, but then also how can we dig deeper into that understanding and address them. So thank you everyone for your insight and input on what we learned from the empathy.
Mrs. Hinkle, I think you had something as well.
Yes, just wanted to share very quickly, because Mrs. Gordermaker's comments made me think of this about things we're going through here. It is something we have to, we're constantly learning about it. For myself, the awareness, because yesterday on some television show I was watching, they talked about the kids that are, you know, online with their teachers and stuff, how some of them are embarrassed for their teacher or classmates to see their home environment, which they see behind them. And just that was something that I had never thought about. And so I agree that this, what we're going through right now is probably going to uncover new things that we have to be aware of, and make sure that we pay attention to when we come back together. And I can't overstate enough, I guess, how we constantly have to check ourselves on this and help each other out on it. So that's all.
And Dr. Grover, did I see you turn off your mute to speak? Did you want to share something?
Well, I just wanted to thank the Equity Task Force for your work. And I think, you know, one of our directives or next steps will certainly be, how do we share this information across our system, right? You talked about our families and our teachers. And I think as we go through some of the other conversations today, we'll be able to connect some of the dots. And so even how we're taking stock of our students' needs right now? What does that look like in the summer? How do we solve for that coming back in the fall? And so we just want to maybe just highlight that the equity framework would not live outside of everything else that we're doing. It should definitely inform all of the departments and all of the other systems, so that we create that alignment that you talked about earlier in your comments.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Grover. And before we move on to the definition piece, where was that hand? Dr. Bros, did you have something to share?
I'm just reminded of a retreat that we had several years ago where Bonnie placed on the screen a tree that showed all the bias and inequity things that we could see on the top of the tree. And I think what we're seeing now are some of those issues that are below the surface at the roots. And that's what I think of. And it's nice to see that some of this concept is now being operationalized, and kudos to the committee for the work that they've done.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thanks. I had my hand up. This is kind of an overall, I guess, kind of compounding on what's already been said, but the access and inclusion for all, I do think, what we've gone through in the last couple months, and it's only been a couple months. That's what's unrealistic about this, is how much things have changed. But I do think the access to all of our kids and what they have and don't have has really been maybe more understood now than maybe it ever has as a district. And that it is something that we're going to have to try to overcome, to know that not all of our families, not all of our teachers have adequate at-home Wi-Fi, for instance. It's not just oriented to our families, it's some of our staff as well. So it's something that I do think it needs to be addressed in the future going forward, is knowing that that access and inclusion is going to be a major hurdle.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure I'd really thought about the situation we're in now, possibly bringing up even more issues than we were already aware of. Okay, this has been great conversation. We're actually doing good on time, which doesn't always happen at our retreats. So I want to take you one step further. You have the NDE definition, which, like I told you, we kind of like. We see a lot that aligns with what we want to do in there, but we also want a GIPS definition. So when you think of that NDE definition and all the different themes and things you've looked at, this is going to be a little messy, but that's okay. It'll be fun. I would like some input from the board to take back to our task force as we develop the definition. Now, obviously, we can't wordsmith it in the amount of time we have today and get it perfect, but if you will just either tell me things maybe in this NDE definition that you don't really like the way they're worded, you want me to strike through, or highlight if there's things you like, or down at the bottom if there's phrases or words that you want us to be sure to include in that. And I think it feels a little funny calling on board members to speak, and it's been pretty smooth, and it's going to be hard for me to type and look for hands. So just jump in. Let's see how that works. But help us know what you like about this and what else you want to be sure, what phrases or words you want to be sure is in the Grand Island Public Schools equity definition.
This is Bonnie. And I would just, what Dr. Grover just said a few minutes ago really hit home for me, and so I don't even really remember how you said it for sure, but that equity is something that's part of, woven through everything that we do, from budget to staffing to, all decisions we make. So somehow putting something in there about that we have to think about it constantly.
This is Heidi. I really like that piece where it says equity efforts will ensure that all students are known, heard, and supported. I think, I don't know, that phrase just really hits me. I like that piece of it.
This is Carlos. I agree with Heidi on that. And I just keep going back to how equity, educational equity, is linked to access. Going to what Terry said, and we're all going through the same storm, but we're all in different boats, you know, and how are we aware that my normal is not my neighbor's normal? And just digging into that access piece, and that's what I like.
I have a question for everyone. So if you go on with that sentence that you just highlighted, it says have access to the educational resources they need. Is it always educational? Does that make sense?
Right.
I mean, are there, and maybe it is.
And
I'm just,
I
emotional.
think that word could be struck in just resources.
yeah, because it feels like somebody just said emotional, and it just feels like there's a lot of other resources. I don't want them to think that it's just textbooks.
Right.
And I'm sure that's not what's meant by that word, but
Right.
This is Dan, and I'm a little bothered by, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down, the sentence begin, equity efforts will ensure. I don't know that we're interested in efforts. We're interested in, I'm sorry, in adoption, and I would make sure that it just says equity ensures.
Would you change efforts to like process? Is that what kind of what you're talking about? The way that we're going to get it, we're saying we're going to get it done.
I think that'd be good. Like you said, you don't want to wordsmith now, and that's what I'm doing. I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. That's a content piece, so I will get that in there.
So this is very helpful. Again, we want to make sure that it speaks to the heart of Grand Island Public Schools. I think it's a great place to start at the state, but we will also ask you to adopt this, and then this will become our equity statement for the entire district. So we appreciate the input.
What other input do you have?
Mr. Brown has his hand up.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry. I almost forgot what it was. On the first line, it says, you know, have students have access to the resources. Could it be all resources they need instead of just the resources?
Got it.
I just want to say I'm thinking about this definition in terms of, I know we've gone back and forth a million times with our field trip policy or field trip in policy, and so this is coming true to me. But I think having this definition at policy will help us make good policy decisions going forward. So I don't know if there's a way, maybe Dr. Dexter, I'm sure you're on there, to have this in front of us at times when we're looking at some of those policies. Just an odd thought, sorry.
Nope, great point. Anything else? I believe this document is available to everybody on the call. So if you think of something when we're on break or something, you can certainly add or email Dr. Schneider, Dr. Livas, or I. We will be working with the group to create our own definition using what you've shared today, as well as everything we got from the different empathy interviews. Dr. Grover, this really wraps up our equity part. So is there anything else you want to share before we take a break and then move on?
Oh, ma'am, I guess if we could just poll the board, do you want to keep pushing or you wanted to go ahead and take a break? We're a little early, right, Jennifer?
Yes, about 20 minutes. Do you want to keep going?
I'm fine if we keep going. People can just step out for a second if they need to.
Okay, then we will turn it over to behavior supports. And like I said, I can keep my screen with the agenda, or if you want me to get off, just let me know.
Jennifer, can you go ahead and allow me to share my screen?
Mr. Sheard needs to do this, and he said it's
Okay.
already done. If I stop share, I think you should be able to.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I did get a chance to walk outside briefly, talk about amazing weather today. It's pretty awesome. So we are going to be talking about the positive supports framework. And I just want to give you a little bit of background here with the how we've gotten to this point to where we're presenting what we have so far with the framework. This work really started a long time ago. Renee and I, Mrs. Engel and I started collectively to pull a team together. At that time, we were implementing Boys Town model, and we were kind of in this situation where we were ready to adopt a new evaluation model that also embedded in it a framework that was about positive behavior supports. And so during this adoption period, we put together this team to really look at, you know, what is it that we're currently doing? What should we be doing? And are we getting the results? So we had to pull a team from all different members of the district. It's an amazing team. And actually many of the members are still there today, which are still part of that team, which is kind of fun. But we really looked at there are actually some national standards around positive school climate. And we pulled out those standards and said, you know, aligned it with a lot of the things that were happening in our district, and then really found some areas where we needed to improve on. We looked at what we're currently doing with the Boys Town model and looked at some data around that, looked at perception surveys, and just pulled all that data together and did a comparison of the standards to what our current practices were. And at the time, a lot of things surfaced when, although the Boys Town model is really very structured and focused in on some social emotional learning skill sets and practices that teachers could use. The implementation of that was, there was just maybe a lack of fidelity with the implementation of it across the district. And so there's a lot of training and resources and dollars that went into this. And if it wasn't maintained or sustained, then we definitely lost coherence of implementation. And that then impacted just what we were seeing in how our teachers were responding to student behaviors. So we talked about what is it that we needed and what do we currently have in place. And the committee really led this work, and they said, we already have people were really invested in the Marzano model and the Marzano framework. And we talked about the conditions for learning and said all of these pieces, all these research-based practices, positive behavior supports, and the important research-based, evidence-based practices were already in the model. What was missing was the implementation and the training around those strategies. So that was kind of where we landed, and the team actually created an SEL playbook to try to fill some of those gaps in what we thought our teachers really needed to have access to, but also what our students were demonstrating that there was a need for at the time. And then we, Dr. Dexter, then as we transformed our leadership team and designed the strategic improvement or our strategic plan, that really influenced our next steps. And Dr. Dexter kind of stepped in and helped us with the leadership piece of it. And we pulled in some new members of the team we felt like we were missing at the time, and got some engaged in a partnership with EAB. And they gave us some guidance on what do we need to do to develop a framework. Again, what we're finding out is that when we do this organically, that the investment and the outcomes are much stronger, and they really align, because we're really careful to align it back to what are our beliefs and practices that we want to see happening across the district, and where do we need coherence, and what are the evidence-based pieces that we want to pull in and be true to. So Dr. Dexter is going to share with you what we've accomplished so far with this team, and then we're going to talk about next steps. So with that, Dr. Dexter, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Palmer. And if you can let me share my screen. Thank you. Is everyone seeing that? the positive supports framework. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palmer. This is, like Dr. Palmer said, just one of my most favorite teams to work with. They are passionate, they believe in this, and they really want to see this moved forward. So we started putting everything into one document. We've met 4 times this year, and we'd scheduled at least a couple more times, and then COVID hit and kind of put us on hold for a little bit. So the first part of this is just about how we arrived at where we're at, and just gives you some background. And as Tony said, the Education Advisory Board, I had the opportunity to go through some training. They have done just an amazing amount of research in this area, and basically went to bigger school systems to find out how they started the process of a positive supports framework. And so that really helped us move things forward. So I'm going to keep scrolling down. The positive supports framework is really focused around 4 pillars. So you have Pillar 1, prevent misbehavior through early intervention, and that's the key. Create conditions for positive classroom behaviors, and that's that conditions for learning. And how do you set up that learning environment to be proactive? Promote the social, emotional well-being of students and teachers, and that's really important in this model. And then the 4th pillar, enhance support for higher needs students. And this is really kind of what got this kicked off and gave it some momentum, is when the Dodge staff just reported, we need help with this. We need to know how we support all kids in moving out of the traditional environment and then back into that traditional environment. And so the pillar 4 is really focused on that. And then each pillar identifies best practices to address how staff will support implementation of positive supports. So then we found this graphic that we would like to tweak with Jack's help, but it really talks about prevention, enrichment, intervention under the multi-tiered system of support. So we've been using the term RTI, response to intervention, which those practices still fit within this, but the whole big umbrella is the multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. And we have had NDE reach out to us because they heard we were developing this and really want to support this movement towards the MTSS model. So you can see all children, the whole child, curriculum, post-secondary goals, professional development, school community collaboration, teamwork, parent engagement. And then it's about students, service, and solutions. And then social emotional learning, academic learning, and then behavior. And we've kind of identified behavior as the B word, the bad word, and we're really looking to put that as positive supports. How can we help all engage in the learning environment positively? So then you see pillar 1, and this is how each of the 4 pillars is organized. Prevent misbehavior through early intervention. Our key commitment, we will implement early intervention and intervention strategies to support positive student, staff, and family interactions. And so our team, when we came together to work together, would then divide up into the 4 pillars. And so we had experts in this early intervention piece. And so they really felt like the transition programs from preschool to kindergarten, 5th to 6th, and then 8th to 9th were key periods that we really needed to support students and staff. So we are already implementing K-6-9 will have their own day, the first day of school. We do have kindergarten countdown, and we'd like to see that in all schools. Kindergarten Discovery has been working. And then the Jumpstart 6 was a huge success, and we'd like to see that continue. And then Gear Up is initiating some activities for 8th graders transitioning to 9th. So that will be exciting to see this summer. So part of this model includes documents. So as we move forward, we will have documents that we will link here that will tell us exactly what each one of these bullet points looks like. We'll also define what all staff need to know and be able to do to implement transitions. And so at the initial training, like a new staff member to GIPS, and then that sustained training where how do we keep our staff up to date on the new strategies, and then a timeline for that. Does it happen in August? Does it happen in December? But really spelling out all of those processes. Our next step, universal screener, which you all heard that at the last board meeting. It was for first read, and then we'll go to the board for approval in May. But how do we use Panorama survey data, which is very specific to each child, what their needs are, and then it includes a playbook, which based on this child's need, this is what the teacher can do. And the strategies in the playbook are developed by teachers practicing in the field, and they share just real small snippets, but they're ideas that staff can take and use immediately. And one of my favorite stories about Panorama, because we piloted it in 3 schools for the last 2 years, the freshman group of teachers identified that students felt that teachers weren't fun and didn't like being at school. And so they used strategies from the playbook to implement just real simple strategies about that welcoming ritual, that check-in in the middle, and then optimistic closure. And so they really made some changes just based on the data from this survey. So the plan is for 3rd grade through 12th grade to take the Panorama survey twice a year, early in the fall and then in the spring, but in the fall, really identify what is it kids need to move forward. And then the SABRS is it's for those tier 2 and tier 3 supports where we have a student that's really struggling with behavior and social emotional issues. And this survey is administered by the teacher and really digs down even deeper into what's going on with that kiddo and what we could do to implement and then monitor. And again, documents professional development along with purchasing the Panorama survey. They provide professional development, which we're hoping to be able to provide for our building social, emotional, cognitive learning reps. So part of the new team that we have to develop the positive supports frameworks, each building has a rep. So they know about this document, they know about the steps moving forward, and then they'll also hopefully become our trainer of trainers. So we plan to do that district-wide 2021 school year. Another practice under Pillar 1, school climate goal for continuous school improvement. And we had started this early on and then dropped it because we really were focusing on reading and math. And so the team wants to bring that back, that there is a specific goal based on the Panorama data that we gather and other data to support what do staff need, what are they expected to do, and how do we help them do that? And I just provided a link here, and it's an example of an OPS elementary school. I had the opportunity to do an accreditation visit in OPS, and they had just implemented that every school's improvement plan had to have a social emotional goal. And then again, behavior and the timeline. Another practice for Pillar 1, home visitors program. And our early childhood teachers do this twice a year and really see the benefits of connecting with the parents. And then we had Jefferson Dodge added this to their schools in the fall. And then immigrant and migrant programs have home visitors. So we would really like to see that increase to the all kindergarten classrooms have a home visitors. And we've developed a very nice home visitors guide because it is something for a staff member to go into a child's home. And then finally, the last practice under Pillar 1 is the relationship mapping. And this is using our success mentors, teammates, big brothers, big sisters, parents. And then we also talk about echo mapping, where we really look at that child's whole environment and identify where they need some other support that they're just not getting. And again, if you want to dig deeper into what echo mapping is, you can click on that link and read more about it. We have seen great success with the Success Mentors program, and it's really a volunteer, but the stories coming out of that program have been just awesome. And then of course, continue with teammates. And we would like to continue the Success Mentors at the current schools and add schools as we move along. So that's Pillar 1. Do you have questions, or do you want me to just keep going? But questions about Pillar 1. Okay, I'll keep moving along. Pillar 2, create conditions for positive classroom behavior. And the key commitment, we create positive learning environments to support social and emotional well-being. And this is all about self-regulation, the ability to manage disruptive emotions and impulses. And that goes for the staff member and for the student. We have found research-based practices, restorative practices. We had signed up, gosh, I think over 40 people to attend the training in restorative practices, and they were all canceled due to COVID. We were so excited about being able to go to that, but we'll keep looking at it. Again, if you click on this link, you can find out specific information about restorative practices. And then trauma-informed care, it's also known as trauma-informed schools. And it's just about taking that kid from where they're at. What experience do they bring and not bring to school? And we've had teachers go through this training and they've reported, you know, it's just life-changing on how you look at your children in your classroom. And it brings in the adverse childhood experiences. Some of you may have heard of ACEs. It's about designing the classroom, the setup on how to support all kids, and that space for regulation. Do we have the turtle pond or a place, a quiet spot, but really having those for kids to be able to go and calm down and understand, and even spaces for teachers. Processes for supporting students, and this is again the environment, the cycle, the resources of how we teach it. And proactively teach processes to respond. And in the research that we've studied, it's about direct instruction of positive supports. Our school counselors and social workers have been using second step language, and that's K through 8. And we'd really like to beef that up so that it's not just a counselor teaching a lesson once a week. It's about everybody using the language used in second step. So we have the opportunity to go to participate in Trauma Informed Schools virtual conference. And this is a conference that's held annually in Missouri, and it's just awesome. But they have moved to a virtual conference. And so we have about 40 staff signed up to go to that training and bring back for all of us. And this one was pretty exciting. You know, it came out of the issue of the fire marshal made us take all of our fun stuff off the walls. And so the group was very just positive about this, that standardizing the learning environment and what furniture can we use and how do we purchase it, how do we order it, how do you process the requests, what kind of visuals on the walls and spaces, and a checklist to audit that. So it's not the principal coming in saying you got to take that down. It's a checklist that a teacher just knows, can't put it up. And then these have been kind of my great support over this whole COVID thing, but the 3 signature social emotional learning practices, and again, you can click on that link and learn more about it, but the expectation that every staff member starts the day, the classroom, with a welcoming ritual, just to check in, how are you doing? And then engaging practices. How do you just check in again and see, are kids engaged? Do we need to do a go noodle physical behavior break, brain break? And then always ending with an optimistic closure, you know, a gratitude, or what are you leaving here with today? So again, documents professional development timeline. Expanded time to practice social interactions. And this came out loud and clear in our wellness policy team. We had 2 kids from the high school that participated in it. And when we had a lady from EHA that shared how you do brain breaks and physical activity breaks. And they're like, we need this. We can't do 90 minutes of sitting in the same spot. We need the brain breaks. How can we get this going? And so the wellness team at the high school has really moved this forward, that the expectation is starting next year that, you know, every 30 minutes during that 90-minute block, you're going to at least have 3 brain breaks to get people back and engaged and check in. So these are all the different things that the wellness team came up with. And then again, the district-wide multi-tiered system of support and that umbrella. And we met just last night about how do we make sure that academics integrated into social emotional learning strategies and vice versa. And then, are we committed as a district to safe, respectful, and responsible? Is that our key kind of mantra? And really digging into that. And then again, Marzana's Conditions for Learning really supports all of what we dug into. So it's not like we're dump that and find something else. Our playbook that our staff created has amazing activities and strategies, and then also the 16 proactive classroom management strategies. That this is just the basic 16. And Tony talked about fidelity, and Boys Town model was wonderful if it was implemented with fidelity, and we just weren't seeing it. So no matter what we put in place, we have to have a way to monitor for fidelity. And so if we make a rubric and have a kind of a data swap team that goes in and looks at those 16 practices and gives feedback to staff and principals, that's where we're headed there. Standardized positive supports, and we have had tremendous work in our schools on identifying when this behavior happens, this is the response. And so we've just attached some of those guidelines. And again, the expectation is that all schools will have a classroom managed versus office managed protocol. And then the bullying definition, Shane Campbell, our counselor, has just done amazing work on the bullying definition for Grand Island Public Schools. So that link is there as well. And then our social emotional cognitive learning system of support, again, it goes back to relationships, restorative practices, the playbooks, tier 1 and tier 2, and then all of the professional development that we really want to see happen for our staff. Synergy, Corey is just Alex Niederklein at the high school. They are so excited about what Synergy can do for us to collect the data, to monitor fidelity, and to really monitor for kids. So that's a big piece that's there and ready to go. And then the third pillar, promote social emotional well-being for students and staff, is a big key here. We support the social emotional well-being of students and staff by providing direct instruction of key social emotional skills. And so the processes that need to be in place are these bullet points. And again, the professional development, and you see a common thread of the professional development. It's not like something different for each of the 4 pillars. This staff development will support all of the 4 pillars. And this is a key phrase, direct instruction of key social emotional skills. We have to make sure our staff know how to teach social emotional skills, how to regulate themselves and help kids regulate themselves. And then Panorama, how do we use that? And then Castle is a place where we go to for our strategies, and they have a school-wide implementation guide that you can click on there. And there's an adult guide as well. And staff burnout coping supports. How do we support staff? And so now I am going to turn this over to Renee, Mrs. Engel. And she's going to dig into the pillar 4, and this is enhanced support for higher needs staff. Renee, are you ready?
I'm ready. Is my mic working? It's told me it isn't working, but I think
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm going to be talking just a little bit about those students who just need more to support them socially and emotionally. And this really comes under that MTSS umbrella, tier 2, as we move into tier 3. It's really time for us to pause and make sure that we review the function of students' behavior to make sure we have the right team members. We might need to add a school psychologist at that time, an SECL coach, or a licensed mental health practitioner to come back and make sure that we're really understanding the function of the student's behavior. And then we go back and we look at making sure we have a match between the function and the interventions. And then it gets back to what we just talked about, equity. We need to make sure that we're providing students the right support in the right intensity, frequency, and duration. And like Robin said before, we go back and we make sure that we're doing those fidelity checks. We start implementing this process in tier 3 pretty intensely. And so for some of those students that if tier 3 supports and MTSS don't work, at that point, they may qualify for special education services. And then that would move us over into level 3 programming. We've made a very conscious decision or effort in level 3 programming. For example, one of our level 3 programs would be skills this year. And we've been really making a conscious effort of practicing our fidelity checks like Robin was talking about. And those fidelity checks, like Robin said, are very key. And we've been practicing them, and they definitely worked a level 3 program. And so we're excited to bring those back to our tier 3 supports. That's just an overall synopsis of what we do in level 3 into level 3 services.
Excellent, Renee, thank you.
You bet.
And our social emotional cognitive learning coaches have been awesome. You know, we just started that. Renee's team got together and made some big changes over the summer, and then we implemented. And this document shows you what the roles and responsibilities are, but really has been a big positive change for our staff in the district. This one, I've been working with Jordan Hubbard. She's the skills coordinator, and reintegration from alternative classrooms to general education. We meet every Friday to monitor kids at OMB, success, skills. Can they come back to senior high? Do they need a different program? And what we found is we didn't really have a way for a kid to a formalized way for a kid to reintegrate into the general ed population. So we're really working on processes so that when we're in those meetings and people are kind of, you know, can they really handle the general ed environment? We can have that third point that says, this is what they need to have in place to be successful in that next environment. And so that will be very helpful. The professional development here, the onboarding of new staff is critical. Baseline understanding of strategies teachers use and know. Dr. Cook has been very instrumental in setting up this professional development. And again, the trauma-informed care, you see that again, the restorative practices again, and it needs to be for all staff, because when that third grade teacher is welcoming back a student from the skills program, or they have those skills and strategies and the confidence to make it work. And then just in conclusion, this second paragraph really talks about the equity and in giving kids what they need when they need it. And pretty powerful conclusion, I think. So ran through that very quickly, probably seemed longer to you, but a lot of work has gone into this. We still have some major holes and processes and plans to develop, but we are going in the right direction. So I will open it up for questions, comments.
Can I just jump in, I guess?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to get myself unmuted. Yeah, I think
that's
you guys
okay.
can all just jump in.
Okay. I just wrote down a couple questions. First of all, this is a ton of information and deep information. So I guess I'm just wondering, how do we get all staff to understand this and learn all this, and how do we implement it all? That's my first question. Then the other question is that I went back and looked at that bullying definition. Is that the same definition we use in our bullying policies, or do we need to coordinate those two?
And we have the opportunity to review bullying policy this month. And so that's something we can really look at, or make that a practice guidelines that's attached to the policy so that we can tweak it as we need to. So that's the answer to the second question. The first question, this document is the why, and then really spelling out the how and identifying who provides all this training. You know, 2 years ago, I think I presented a presentation from Dr. Cook for about $550,000 to really kick this off over 3 years. So that's where we've really got to decide where we're going to get the most bang for our buck, who's going to do it, and that whole fidelity piece. Even a coordinator district-wide to be able to support that is going to be key as well. With our social emotional cognitive learning reps, they will be the kind of that expert in the buildings. So we really want to train them up and make sure they can be that go-to person. But the professional development is really key to all of this, and then the fidelity in implementing it.
This is Bonnie, and I have some questions to kind of piggyback off that. So you mentioned that the SECL coaches started in this 1920 school year, correct? And so is there any anecdotal information about that it did make an impact? And I also know we had some teachers that attended some of this specific training. Did we, I guess, what are our early learnings and successes? And just curious about that.
Renee, you want to?
Yeah, as far as the SECL coaches, those were not new hires. It was a change in name and how we and how they address their work, their roles and responsibilities in buildings. The SECL coaches were our behavior inclusion consultants previously, and we know the power of moving from a consultative stance to a coaching stance, so that's why we made the change. And what we found is that our behavior inclusion consultants were spending all of their time in triage, and we wanted to take action and really partner them with building principals so they could spend more of their time supporting tier 1 positive behavioral supports, teaching positive classroom management, teaching and reteaching how to interact socially and emotionally with their peers. And so we wanted to shift their responsibilities from just managing individual high needs students to really being proactive and helping support principals and providing more proactive positive behavioral and social emotional learning explicit instruction on the front end. You know what, and it kind of varied this year. Our current data would say that it really depended on the partnership between building principals and the SECL coaches. And the fact that our SECL coaches are spread between multiple buildings did impact that. But I think of Kinnickrem. The SECL coach there is Sarah Haar, partnering with Rob Bishop. They did a lot of intentional professional development before the beginning of the school year on classroom management and how to positively support students, and really enacted and implemented those 16 proactive strategies. And their data for this year is outstanding. And I think it's actually also impacted. So when you go back to the MTSS structure, that forward-thinking, proactive actions they took to provide professional development to their staff. They also did a trauma-informed care book study this year. It's also impacting their academics. They were a pilot school for CKLA this year, and their kindergarten numbers for reading were outstanding. So I think the pairing of those two were really powerful. So that's a good example of them shifting to that new role, and that new stance has had a positive impact. And that's from the SECL point of view. We need to do more to provide professional development opportunities, and probably more time for SECL coaches to be partnering with their principals and engaging in that professional development so they can really establish how they're going to roll out that beginning of the year professional development and really support their building teams. So that was on the SECL coaches. And I'm sorry, I forgot the second question. That was a lot of information.
It was just about, I know some of the teachers specifically from Dodge that went to some of the professional development training, and just wondered if they saw changes, positive changes this year.
And I actually had the opportunity to participate in some of that training, and it was powerful. And I know last year we were navigating Dodge and skills teams working together. They all came together for that training, which was an incredible way to kick off the year in a really proactive way. And from the beginning of the year, it really even just changed how the staffs worked together. Oh, they became a staff in that building. And I also throughout the year had an opportunity to participate and observe some of the circles that were a part of that training, and they were powerful. And they were great opportunities for classrooms to pause and really get to know each other, build relationships, and support each other emotionally. And I actually saw also the staff using those circles just with their colleagues in circles, and my gosh, they were powerful. And so I just know the feedback from Dodge staff over the entire year has been nothing but positive, and it has had a direct impact in how they interact with students and how they interact and treat each other. So I believe it was truly powerful. I think other people in the group have had an opportunity to witness that at Dodge as well. So it was powerful.
Maybe Mrs. Sinkler, I will follow up just on a couple of Mrs. Engel's comments. Thank you so much. That was very thorough. In relationship to the SECL coaches, if you recall, we also contracted with DMG to be able to do an in-depth review of our staffing study. And so that is one piece that they were able to have one-on-one interviews with those coaches, and also to review their schedules. And so we do have an opportunity where they're going to unpack that a little bit more for us. And I think it will reinforce some of what Mrs. Engel just shared around just, we have, I think that is the right position and what we're asking them for, but how we utilize them and how they are going across different campuses. I think we're going to have to maybe consider that a little bit more. And the other thing Dr. Dexter pointed out in her report, when she talked about that trauma-informed training, I think, especially with what we're dealing with, we're going to have to prioritize that like never before. And that's what she was speaking to when we already had that training scheduled. And so now I think we're going to move into that virtual space and still try to get some of that. So that would be replicating some of what we learned from the Dodge staff as well, and how we take that across all campuses.
Other questions, comments?
This is Erica, and I know Dr. Dexter knows that like I'm a huge supporter of restorative practices. So I'm glad to see this in here. And I think one thing and I think Heidi kind of mentioned it, and even Bonnie may have, but it's just, I reflect on my own time with teaching and the level of preparation I did or did not feel in my first classroom, and some of my trial and error with looking at, we'll call them positive supports as well. So that would be my biggest concern, is making sure that if I'm new to the district, and then let's say it's like something super weird, I'm new to the district in October, how are we getting all of these new to the district individuals informed? Because if you're coming in late and you're not coming in August, we all know that's a fast and furious adventure. So I just want to make sure that we have that part thought out too, that it's not just people new to the district in August, because we also have new to the district in January, but then we also have new to the district in between. And so just a thought process to think of. And then on a side note, as a Boys Town trained student in our district, I was going to say, I do agree that when it first came out, I remember walking down the hallway and having Mrs. Nelson, my elementary principal at Knickerham, yes, I remember her name, do the eye contact thing and say hello and look in the person's eye. I remember that, but I do remember not experiencing it much after elementary school. I remember reading the signs in the hallway, but yeah, I was going to say, I think that this will be something that will be good and very applicable through the test of time. So I think it'll be good. And I know Bonnie mentioned this too. I think the trauma informed part is good, because whether it's COVID-19 or not, our students experience trauma. And so it's very important that the classroom teacher has that experience, because it's really not a part of your K through 12 training when you're getting your degree. So I think that part is very important as well. And I conclude my thoughts.
Thank you.
This is Dan. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
I just want to compliment Robin for the thoroughness of this report, and I appreciated having the clickable links. I'm speaking about this from a previous life, and I think this is going to be amazing if we can implement it with fidelity and provide a reasonable amount of support for our administrators who may be having difficulty at the building level, making sure that the building has fidelity throughout the process. But thank you very much. It's very good.
I agree. This is Carlos. Thank you. You mentioned how this document, did you say is the why or the what?
I'm sorry, come again.
You said this document is the why we're doing things, right? And you're figuring out the how. So going back to Heidi's comment of, how do we do all this? And I'm also in my brain trying to connect all the equity pieces that we talked about of how we involve the family. One of my biggest concerns as we go back into the classroom is how do we beef up in the how? We already were dealing with so many things with behavior, with trauma before COVID-19. There's a population in our communities that has now experiencing deeper trauma because now they're not able to go to school to a safe place. They're not able to have, so we're gonna probably see something very different when we go back to the classroom. And it's not only our students, I believe, all of us, our staff. So again, I'm just putting it out there just to say, I think we need to continue to have that resources and beef it up so that even our staff is able to deal and we help with managing our own trauma through all this, our own, the way we're processing things is just, how do we do that? So, and again, going back to the equity piece of, this really brings the families in, the importance of having the right person at the right place that is willing to have those conversations and also be willing to have that self-awareness and ask for help when needed. So I guess to everything that I'm saying is thank you for everything that we're doing right now, and how can we continue to beef that up, because I'm just concerned of what we're going to see in the classroom when we come back, not just students, but also staff and just as a community.
Right. And I've been telling myself I'm going to keep a list of all the positives that have come out of COVID. And one of those positives is we have teams right now working on how can we give teachers supports to welcome kids back, and the permission to take the time to do the welcoming rituals and engaging practices, and then get into, okay, where are you in math and where are you in reading, and get that going. But it's going to take time at the beginning of the year to really get kids back into the school rules, the school way, school language. And we're just really going to have to be very focused on that and monitoring it. So thank you.
Well, and I was going to just to piggyback off of what Carlos said as far as staff is, and not just in light of COVID, but we have, I think one of the statistics I've seen with ACEs and that kind of thing is that 30% of any given population has it. And that includes our staff and our workers and all that. And so, this is a great document and tons of great information on how we help our students, but we almost need an offshoot of it in the HR world, or as far as how we do it with our staff too. So.
And that one pillar has, social emotional well-being of students and staff. And so that's a whole, like you said, piece that needs to be developed. One thing we've learned, again, a positive out of COVID is, teachers report that when they come together for their PLCs and the Lemonade Fridays, and just making the time to check in with each other, how you doing, where you at, how's it going? And again, giving people permission that is part of the process and it's an expected ritual. So most definitely, staff's very important.
This is Bonnie, and I guess I would just say it's my opinion as a board member. I obviously can't speak for everybody, but I do know that it's going to take resources to make this all happen. But based on our strategic plan, and especially the equity piece we just looked at, and the social emotional part that we've prioritized this year, it feels like we can't afford to not do this, and that we need to make this a priority. I know budget will be, a challenge, but to me, this is one of the, making sure all staff is trained in this is something that it's just, we cannot not do it. That makes sense.
Right. And we had a great discussion last night again with the RTI team, and just thinking about the academic summit for principals. And so one principal said, well, at least half of that day has to be on social emotional learning. And then someone else said, well, no, 3/4 of the day have to be on it. And then someone else said, but we can't back off on reading and math. So, it's those priorities, and it's tough. So.
And I agree with that, but it just feels like the reading and math won't happen if this isn't first taken care of.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. I don't know if that's accurate.
Well, and I always go back to Maslow's hierarchy, and you have to have a sense of belonging, safety, and your needs met first. And I think we just really need to get back to that. So any other comments? I know you've been sitting for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in.
Okay.
One of the things, I guess, this is a very good document. This is something I think the district has probably needed for quite some time, just because, as a board, we don't always hear about a lot of things, but the way that kids are behaving in classrooms, we do hear about. And we hear about it from both sides. This document's great, but again, implementation and professional development can't happen soon enough. And I think with COVID-19, it's going to put probably, like Carlos had said, we're going to have families that have had trauma. We're going to have teaching staff that's been through trauma. We have parents, you name it. We're all going to be coming back together. And I think the classroom management portion is going to be huge.
Yes, and to piggyback off of what Terry said, it's not in what we've described before as our typical behavior problems. COVID has hit everyone. It doesn't matter, your economic status, it doesn't matter your gender, it doesn't matter your culture. It hit everyone. So we're going to find it more widespread in places we haven't seen it before.
Yep. And different. And there's just a different feel to it. All right, Jennifer, do you want to take us to break?
Sure, I will take us to break. And then when we come back, we'll start. Dr. Grover is going to facilitate a conversation on the 2021 district initiatives. So why don't we come back at 2:10? That gives us 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm just kind of looking around here. Let me see if I could get my full grid. Staff members, they might be taking a couple extra minutes, and they really do deserve it. Hopefully, I see some people went outside. I walked outside too. I think Dr. Dexter has me convinced, boy, about taking a minute for mindfulness for sure. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am missing some folks. Who am I missing? Mr. Barsones, we're looking for you. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure he's going to join us shortly. All right. We're going to push full steam ahead here. This next section, I think I went way ahead. Okay. This next section is really exemplifies the delicate dance that we're doing right now. We know that you would like to get an update on e-learning, maybe what are some things we're seeing, what are some things we're learning, and how that is going to probably position us for summer learning as well as into the fall. And as you've mentioned, we really have to think about, our staff having to ebb and flow with what's the needed professional learning right now, and to make those necessary adjustments, because we always want to stay relevant. And while we're still trying to maintain parts of our strategic plan, so we're kind of addressing our current needs just again, and we're kind of thinking about the future as well. And so you're going to hear some updates there. We also want to take you into thinking about, and this goes a lot back to what we were talking about with equity, as well as our behavior framework. When we get into early childhood, that is such an equity lever for us, as well as when we talk about those early interventions. We've learned quite a bit from our early childhood program. And athletics is something that we've talked about a lot too. Again, back to equity. What do those experiences look like? How do we start out with those experiences early so that we support students as they continue to move from elementary, middle, and high school? So I'm going to turn over. We have a couple different presenters for each of the sections. And so I will start with Mrs. Gannon. She's going to tip it off for us with e-learning.
Yes, thank you so much. So as you all know, we have created an e-learning plan that we sent out to staff members in the district to help support them as they began to navigate from a face-to-face classroom into this new e-learning environment. So I like to think of this plan as maybe having 4 phases. So phase 1 of the plan was, of course, creating it. And so that meant working with curriculum coordinators, EL specialists, special education to develop a plan. Phase 2 was really about communicating the plan. And so how do we make sure that all staff clearly understand the plan and how it's laid out and the roles and responsibilities within. So I'm just going to share my screen for a second. Oop, I think somebody else might be sharing. I was going to share the roles and responsibilities that we have laid out within our plan, just to make this a little bit more clear so that teachers in the district really understood their role in this e-learning plan. So we laid out that at the very beginning for all staff within the district. And I'll kind of scroll through, I won't go through all of these, just to kind of give you a feel for the layout of the creation. We also provided some general guidance for all content areas. And this is really where we got into our platforms, how teachers were expected to engage with students. But we also laid out some expectations for parents and students as well. So what are the students' roles and responsibilities during e-learning? And if they have questions, who they could contact, and then also parent roles and responsibilities. And then if they had questions, who they would contact. And at that point, we kind of got into the content of, the new e-learning that would take place during this time that we were in closure. So phase 3 then really, after we communicated the plan in phase 2, phase 3 really became executing the plan, which of course we're in the middle of that phase now. And as we began to execute, we received feedback from some staff, and we have made adjustments to our plan throughout this entire process. In fact, at the top of our plan, we make sure to put a timestamp anytime something has been updated, so people know when they're looking at the most current and recent information. And now we're kind of moving into phase 4, which is a process for soliciting feedback on e-learning. What's working, what's not working, to inform some of our next steps. We have a number of different ways that we're soliciting feedback. Of course, we have our panorama survey that's going out to parents and staff and students. We have our game plan to solicit some feedback on the barriers that students are encountering with this e-learning plan. We've also reached out to instructional coaches, curriculum task force, the SECL coaches, and we're in the process right now of creating an e-learning task force because we recognize that there may be some potential for us to be in an e-learning environment at some point next year. So we want to make sure that we're taking into account that feedback and then making adjustments to the plan as needed. And then as Dr. Grover had mentioned, we also have done some work to provide professional learning to staff. We knew that, you know, when you go from a face-to-face classroom to an e-learning environment, it's not as simple as just taking everything that you did in the face-to-face environment and transferring that over to a Google Classroom. So we have some amazing partners that we work with on a regular basis. Dave Holden is one of those. He is a consultant that works with the high school and has helped us with our implementation of the academies. And he really listened to our needs and helped create a plan that was very personalized and specific to our high school that helps them with the implementation of e-learning. He's putting that into a Google Classroom so that not only can staff get the content, but they can also experience that Google Classroom from a student's perspective. And so he's modeling some best practices when using e-learning. And then LSI has also helped us by creating some virtual Empower Hours that we've been offering over the last few weeks. We've had, 2 to 3 sessions each week that teachers can engage in. And the topics have ranged from, giving effective feedback in a virtual environment to creating tasks that are engaging and motivational in an e-learning environment. So, we are trying to provide those supports along the way to help staff as they navigate this new environment. So that's kind of a quick update on e-learning. Are there any questions that I can answer for you? Okay, Jennifer, I'm not as good at you at seeing hands. I'm not seeing any though. So Dr. Grover, would you like me to move on to the district professional learning sneak peek?
Maybe I would cover just one of the things that you talked about. We talked about that engagement score. So I know that was a question on like our town halls, and people want to know what is the level of engagement. So we have a process for collecting that engagement. We need to roll it out to our staff members, but that's going to happen it'll be very easy. They've already been keeping track of that. So we look forward to that. And we're also looking to roll out some focus groups. So along with our surveys, we want to be able to go just a little bit deeper, and that'll help us to connect with that task force as well. So thank you all so much. And just amazing work on our e-learning. We had the opportunity to talk with our Teacher Leader Coalition this week. And we asked them, positives and growth opportunities for e-learning. But one of the things they talked about was just the systems that we have in play has really helped them to survive during e-learning. So everything from the Empower Hours to the PLCs to their support teams and the way that they look at data and all of that. And so that's just lets you know that whatever systems you had on in your system, they were really on display when it came down to e-learning. So thank you so much to the LFRL team for your leadership.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, sneak peek into the district professional learning plan. So just to kind of give you some perspective on all of the different data points that were used to inform this plan. Of course, one of our pillars is to make data-driven decisions. So we wanted to dive into our data a little bit and look to see what our professional learning needs are moving forward. And of course, our PLC process is something that we've been working on very intently, and L4L has been monitoring the implementation of the PLCs and deepening the implementation of PLCs through some professional learning. So we used some of our data through that PLC monitoring that took place as L4L members observed and participated in PLCs. We also, as you know, implemented some letters professional development last year, which was the first time that we really had provided content-specific PD that directly aligned with a resource. And so we collected data on the implementation of that, and then also sent out surveys to teachers who had participated in letters to get feedback on that professional learning as well. And we learned that it was not only highly effective in terms of student achievement growth, but we also had very positive feedback from the teachers as well who had participated in that letters training. Our third data source was some data that Walnut had collected. They went in to a very thorough root cause analysis as part of their CSI plan. And one of the themes that emerged from that root cause analysis was the need for content-specific PD for teachers. And so really, as we dug into the data, that seemed to be a common theme. Teachers were needing and wanting some of that content-specific PD that really connected back to the instructional resources that they're implementing in the classroom. So we are going to be working really hard to honor that request and that need. Next year in our professional learning, we have developed a plan that really connects back to specific content areas and their needs. So it's differentiated a little bit by grade level, and it's also differentiated a little bit by content area to support those needs. And what we have put together, share my screen again here, outlines the connections that teachers need in order to implement some resources. So of course, we're going to be disaggregating just a little bit by K2 because they're going to be implementing that CKLA resource. So their focus will be primarily on foundational skills, and they'll be receiving some direct professional learning on how to implement that new resource. We also have identified through our data that writing argumentative and explanatory type texts and also reading nonfiction text is an area of improvement. And so we are going to focus in our grades 3-5 on those types of writing and reading experiences. And we're going to really be utilizing our Amplify resources to do that. The resources do a really nice job of supporting both argument and explanatory writing, as well as reading nonfiction text. In the areas of middle school math and ELA, ELA, of course, is also going to be supporting students with complex text and expository writing. So again, that nonfiction text, expository writing connection. Math is getting a new resource, which is really exciting. And so they will have new resource training to support that implementation. Social studies is going through a bit of a change too, because as you remember, we just adopted some new social studies standards, and they'll be digging into those standards and unwrapping those and also making the connections back to that expository text in ELA. So we have some opportunities for some cross-curricular integration there as well. And Amplify Science has an LHS Institute. But really, this is about deepening our implementation of Amplify at the middle school level as well. And so our organization for professional learning next year is going to look a little bit different. Before, we've had teachers stay in their buildings, and we've provided some professional learning at the building level related to success criteria and teaming and the work that has been taking place in the demonstration schools. So this content-specific PD will look a little bit different. Teams will be organized sort of like we do for CIA meetings. They'll be with their grade level teams in content-specific teams as well. And the other thing that might be a little bit different about next year is that all of the techniques that we have been learning, like the success criteria and the teaming, will be embedded within that content specific PD. So what does success criterion teaming look like in a science classroom? What does it look like in a math classroom? So we'll be making those explicit connections for teachers, which I think they're really excited about. And then as Dr. Grover, or as Dr. Dexter had mentioned, the SEL components are going to be really important next year. And so we're looking for opportunities and ways that we can embed that within the district PD plan. That's why we're calling this a sneak peek, is because we still have some work to do in terms of determining the needs for next year in light of COVID-19 and the closures that we've experienced. And so we think that this is a really great opportunity for us to embed some of that professional learning into those district PD days. So we're kind of exploring what that might look like and how we can incorporate that into our district professional learning plan. Any questions for the group around district professional learning?
Thank you, Shanna. I'm looking for hands, but I don't know if I can see them. So any comments from any board members? Mrs. Hinkle?
I was just going to say it very comprehensive and really appreciate all the effort that's being put into it, especially with how this year is ending up.
Yep. So let's continue to talk about the continuity of learning and just the way that the team has looked at summer school, and probably we know that we probably need to connect with all of our students in some way, and that's going to be new for us this year. So Dr. Palmer, summer school, and then just keep going with kindergarten ready.
Okay, so you actually are the first ones to get a really overarching glance at our summer school drafted plan. At this point, our coordinators have been working really hard thinking about the experiences our kids are having right now, and then how do we continue to provide opportunities over the summer? Maybe even how do we engage more kids in different types of activities over the summer, because we definitely don't want to lose students. We want to somehow keep them engaged so that there's still some connection to school at some point throughout the summer. So we're really looking at two overarching ways that we can provide summer learning to students. One is our targeted summer school. So there's some differences though. Obviously, this is going to be a virtual experience because it's taking place during the month of June. Title I summer school is really, in the past, has been targeted towards certain groups of students that teachers are identifying as a need to participate in summer school, to retain skills, to practice deeper understanding of skills. But because of our environment right now, we could shift some of those Title I dollars, and we're going to offer Title I summer school to all of our students in Title I buildings. So we're looking at using the dollars that we would have spent on transportation, some of those other things, on maybe hiring some additional teachers so that we can really target and provide opportunities for all students. So Title I summer school is going to provide live teachers to do direct instruction. And I'll just show you a glimpse here of kind of how we're structuring it. Jack and his team, they're working on a way to display this on our website so that everybody can see, and all the different opportunities that we're going to provide for students and promote that last week of school, so we can make sure and let everybody know and get people excited about this. I'll see if I can increase it here. So this will occur during the month of June, and we're designing all of our summer school opportunities, summer learning opportunities like this. Obviously this is for all of our students in Title I, and focusing intentionally on those deepening those standards around reading, math, and some exploratory activities that students can have some fun with, and really targeted outcomes, maintain skills, close the achievement gap, working on fluency and problem solving, and then engaging in reading experiences, to the love of reading, to just experience that. And our coordinators have worked really hard with their team. They've been out there creating posts already. They're working with the teachers and hiring the teachers and the staff. And then, they've really outlined even the platforms. So Google Classroom and Seesaw, these are things that kids have experienced during the school year that they're familiar with. And we've got some companies that we work with, Dreambox and Amplify Reading, that have been great partners. And they're allowing us to use
to use some of their work for free throughout the summer through summer school. So it's not going to cost us anything, any additional dollars, because they are offering it knowing that our kids are going to need some more support. And then of course for extracurricular, STEM, makerspace, physical movement, fine arts, those will all be embedded as well into that Title I summer school period. And then they're going to be monitoring through DreamBox and Amplify. There's built-in ways to monitor student learning. So we'll be able to keep track of how many kids actually participate and what progress do they make from the time that they start to the time that summer school ends. And of course, you know, some of the things that they weren't wondering about is kids that they've struggled to engage. How do we engage them over summer school? So the promotion is going to be really important. How do we promote this as a fun opportunity to come with their friends and learn together? And, you know, short amount of time during the day. So we're really gonna try to push this out and get engagement. These students will be enrolled. So, you know, basically we'll need to get RSVPs. We'll be able to see which students are participating. So we'll be able to keep track of these students and how much they are engaging. And then there's middle school summer school is also targeted, Middle School Summer Academy. And that's all 3 of our middle schools are offering this, and they have already invited students to participate. They're making phone calls and doing invitations right now. And again, that's the same sort of target areas that I just mentioned for Title I. They're really looking at the specific skill sets and standards that they want to reinforce and want kids to gain that deeper practice with and that learning. Teachers will offer daily office hours, Monday through Thursday, for students to come in and check in, and they'll be holding small groups. So they're going to do things a little bit different. And they're also going to pull in some exploratory. They're trying to get guest speakers, because typically they bring in businesses to do that career exploration. So they're looking at guest speakers, makerspace, things like that, that they can try to get kids engaged and get them excited about it. Of course, special education, Renee is working really hard with her team and their parents and contacting the families, meeting with families on the ESY eligibility, and they will continue to provide services to their families. And Donna Neiman and the GIPS team, they had some great, exciting plans, bridge opportunities for our 8th grade to 9th grade with camps at UNL and things like that this summer. And of course, all of those had to be canceled because they were all face-to-face and they were actually going to campuses. And so they're really kind of recreating. It's in the works, but they've got some ideas about how they can still connect with some of the college experiences for those students, but also build in some academic support to help students transition from 8th to 9th grade. And we're also talking about an algebra summer bridge opportunity. So we're thinking about our middle school students that are in algebra now and our 9th graders that are in algebra, you know, thinking about all the learning that takes place in the 3rd trimester of school. Kids are, you know, may not be getting to the depth of understanding of those concepts and skills. So we are looking at using some Beyond the School Bells grant dollars to pay for an algebra summer bridge, or GIPS kids, so they could help support that as well. And that might look like hiring a couple teachers, a middle school and high school teacher, and using some of our Edminum courseware. That we have an algebra class and we have some practice within Study Island that's specifically around those algebraic concepts. So we're looking forward, we're kind of in the midst of getting that worked through. And of course, because of the reading bill, we are being really intentional about our students that have reading plans. And Brittany has done an excellent job just laying out what are some of our resources and supports that we can provide. Corey's been great. We're trying to figure out a way to get all of our kindergartners Chromebooks. So if they have if they have a reading plan, that they will have access to some of the apps and the resources that we're putting together. So our goal is that somehow we figure out a way to get all of our kindergartners now Chromebooks so that they are able to participate in that learning over the summer. And then this is new for us this year, and we've wanted to do it for years, and it is thinking about summer learning opportunities for all students. So any of our students that are in non-title buildings, any student who just wants to participate, we are in the works of putting this together. We do have some Beyond School Bells money, and Jennifer and I are working on this, that pays for like our Jumpstart 6. So there's some dollars that we might have accessible to this, and we're thinking about hiring a elementary and secondary coordinator
that can work with kind of coordinating these opportunities. And so some of our companies that are allowing us to use their platforms for free say we can even help you with challenges and maybe coming up with prizes that for kids that participate, and just thinking of some fun ways to get kids engaged and just engaging in practice of makerspace or some other learning opportunities that they're familiar with, and just daily, just getting engaged daily. So that's kind of a really quick overview of our summer learning opportunities. I'm sure I probably forgot something. High school as well. I think I might have forgotten to put the high school on there. That's also targeted, again, credit recovery, also personalized plans for students that are looking for some additional experiences with online learning. So that's also going to be in play, and they're ready to go. They've got it all set up and they're contacting parents already. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Hey, Tony, you mentioned the Algebra Summer Bridge, which I'm really excited about because we need to get more kids in algebra. Have we thought about those that are 7th graders that are going to be going into 8th grade to get them geared up for it, as well as 8th and 9th graders?
Yeah, that's a great thought. And, you know, we can definitely, once we kind of figure out what it actually looks like, I think we'll be able to target a lot of kids. You know, I don't know, that depends on how we organize it and how much seat time the teacher has with the students. You know, there are a lot of different ways that we could make it accessible to other students. So that's a great point. Yeah, we'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, Tony, this is Dan, and I'm just curious if the 8th graders who weren't eligible for algebra might have an opportunity this summer to, I don't know if they need to take the whole course, but to give them some advance knowledge about how they might approach it when they get to 9th grade.
Yes, that's exactly what we're thinking. Because I'm sure that they missed some of those pre-algebra concepts in the 8th grade math course. So just giving them that experience and some prep. Exactly. Thank you for bringing that up. Any others?
Just, I thank you for all the work that's being done. I just spent a 15-minute break battling my 1st grader to get math done, so I know he's gonna need lots of help because his dad is no help. Thank you for the accessibility. I think it's great, and just to continue to adapt and learn. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carlos.
Mrs. Gordemaker has her hand up.
Tony, do you expect much feedback from the non-Title I school kids that won't necessarily get the opportunities this summer?
Actually, we are providing it to all the non-title schools. That's that second part down there that we're gonna promote that. So yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna be for any PK-12 student. And that's where we're looking to try to find a coordinator to maybe manage that and run that piece, because we want to do a lot of promoting of this to get to offer it to all kids. We've never been able to do that before. And talking to principals, it's what they want. And I think we'd have a lot of kids that would participate. So yes, Julie, we are excited to be able to provide this this opportunity to all of our students.
And this may be a good place for us to try to partner with our parent organizations at our campuses because, you know, we always use data whenever we're trying to think about in the future. And so we are just so excited that we can put something on the board for all of our students. And so we just want to make sure that people are taking full advantage of the offerings that we have.
Unfortunately, because of our partnerships with some of our like Edmenum and DreamWorks, that they're allowing us to use it for free. And so we don't have to pay additional dollars for the sites or for the resources, which is exciting.
This is Erica, and I was just going to say that I thought that was great because I remembered seeing that in the equity information. Schools that didn't have Title I funds kind of felt left out. So I think this is super great that we'll be able to do this across the district.
And we know we have students that have needs in all of our buildings. So, you know, that's always been the part that we struggle with the most, is there's still students that need it no matter what school that they're in, whether it's extension activities or enrichment or if it's additional support. So we're looking forward to, this will be a little pilot for us to kind of see what engagement we get and what students want to be engaged in, and that will help maybe guide some future decisions. Okay, so kindergarten ready, this is exciting, you know, exciting but disappointing in a way, because typically in May we have the opportunity to meet all of our new kindergarten families as they come to orientation, and they get registered for school, and it's just this exciting time, you know, for our families and for our students. And because of COVID-19, we're not able to do this in person this year. So we have a team that just was super creative. Jack and Julie Martin and I and a couple of other people just kind of sat around the table and said, all right, what do we do? How do we get information to families? And, you know, how do we set families up for success, and how do we help them feel really good about, you know, school starting? So there's a lot of uncertainties now, but what do we want? We want families to feel safe. We want them to trust us, that we're going to take care of their kids, and, you know, even given COVID-19 right now. So we thought, you know, maybe one way that we can connect with our families is through Facebook Live. And so kind of like Dr. Gerber has done the Facebook Live, and we've done that to communicate out other information about our COVID-19 practices, we are going to do this for our kindergarten families. And I'm really excited, Carlos. Thank you so much. We love you. You're going to be helping us. We're going to simultaneously do an English and a Spanish opportunity, and first time ever. So excited about this. And we have so we have teachers. We have teachers that are going to be joining us in both English and a group that's going to do it in Spanish. So they're going to hear from our kindergarten teachers, and they're going to hear about what they can expect for their kindergarten experience. We also have nurses that are going to join us as well, and they're going to share, what do parents need to know about kindergarten? How do they navigate it? How do they communicate with the school nurse? And so we're going to have some guests on our panel that are going to be able to share that. Our kindergarten teachers are actually going to be in classrooms and be able to show snippets of the classroom to at least give parents a picture of what it might look like for their child in that classroom, since we can't do the tours right now. We're really excited about this. We're going to keep track of their questions and do an FAQ afterwards. And we're going to launch a website. So Jack and Kelly have been amazing about collecting all the information that our families need to know when they come into Grand Island Public Schools. How do we make them feel welcome? How do we give them resources and help them navigate Grand Island Public Schools? So we're going to have a website that's just called Kindergarten Ready. This is how we launch your kindergarten experience with Grand Island. And so that's really super exciting for us. As we get closer to school, we're hoping that, you know, then our parents will be able to do that campus orientation in person and get that experience before school starts. So we're super excited about launching Kindergarten Ready. So I hope you can tune in on May 7th, on Thursday. I think originally we planned on May 5th. We recognize that's a holiday, Cinco de Mayo, and we want to allow all of our families to engage in that. We don't want to disrupt that for our families. So we thought we would just move it to a different day, and Carlos was really helpful in supporting us with that. So thank you. Any questions about Kindergarten Ready?
I just have a comment. I think that's spectacular, that Kindergarten Ready concept.
Yeah, same, Dr. Bros, that's what I was going to say too. Thank you for being innovative. Obviously, it's not the ideal, but at least we're doing something for them. I know there's other languages in our district taught as well. How do we address those issues for something like this?
You know, I think we try to reach out as much as we can with families. Our principals and our schools know who those families are. And so the Welcome Center helps us make those connections and tries to ensure that they get the materials. Finding interpreters for the different languages is really tough. We know that there's some ways that they can use apps and things like that to translate some of the information as well.
Okay. I think what made me think of that is that video that the high school seniors or
amazing.
students did, and the different languages, and if there's any opportunity for us to it was just cool, and I just hope we can do more of that in the future if possible, but I understand the limitations, so thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Okay.
I think that's a great transition to our next topic. And I think Dr. Palmer is correct. The campuses, sometimes they know former students that they've had, as well as their parents. They are really a resource for them with some of those other languages. And so the next topic we have is our DONE ESL endorsement. And again, we try to think about when we're going out doing things like the empathy interviews, how do we really take that information to heart? And one of the things that we kind of read in our empathy interviews was just the staff. When you think about language barriers and how we work with our students, we have to have that necessary support for our staff members because they need that support as well. And so Mr. Stelk is just going to update us on our DONE ESL endorsement and that partnership.
Well, good afternoon, and that's a great introduction, Dr. Grover. Thank you. One of the strategies to improve equity and access for students is to expand the number of teachers that we have within the district with ESL endorsements. So I found an interesting piece of information that suggests that in the United States, 10% of all public students are ESL students or English language learners, and less than 1% of public school teachers actually have the ESL endorsement. So, it caused me to kind of wonder how we stack up. So currently we have 18% of our students are active EL students, and 11% of Grand Island Public School teachers are ESL endorsed. About 50 some of those are in actual ESL or EL classrooms. So that would mean then the remainder, it's a total of about 94 that equals out 11%. So the remainder of those would be teachers who are, in other roles within the district, but they also have that ESL endorsement. So one of the things that we did in partnering with DONE in the fall of this last fall, Tim Frey, who was the interim dean of education, he came out and visited with Mr. Court and myself, and he just basically said, what can DONE University do to help meet some of Grand Island Public Schools' needs? And that's when we were really, starting to talk about trying to kick off some sort of an initiative to expand the number of teachers that we have with ESL endorsement. So with his help and support, we were able to create a cohort, or we're in the process of creating a cohort here within the Grand Island Public Schools to allow our teachers to start working on that endorsement. And Dr. Levos has agreed to do at least some of the instructing of this course, but basically right now there are 3 courses that are set up for this summer, and then there will be an additional course in the fall, another in the spring, and so these teachers will have their ESL endorsement completed by the 21st of or May of 2021. Right now we have 6 staff members who have committed to this program. We were hoping initially to have 10 or more. There are still several that are considering enrolling. I do think that our participation was impacted a little bit by the situation that we're going through. I also believe that this is something that'll pick up steam over time. We have a lot of staff who are in the middle of completing, other master's programs, curriculum instruction, and, they're just, can't take on another endorsement while they're in the middle of another graduate program. So I think if we, maintain momentum, continue to market this, I think that we can certainly see these numbers continue to grow and increase over time. So that's just a real quick update on the DONE ESL endorsement.
I have a question.
I don't know if everybody's watching the chat or not, but Dr. Levos just shared that the enrollment is up to 8.
Awesome.
Is that, are those actual go-to classes, or it's a virtual online class?
No.
They will be virtual now. They were going to be in person, but they've switched to virtual. At least this summer anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to remind everybody, make sure you're muted
Yeah,
if you're not talking to the full group. Okay. Jennifer, I can't see the hands. So anyone else would like to ask a question or provide input?
No other hands at this point, but feel free to jump in.
So I really appreciate that information, but for some reason it triggered me to think about our Grow Your Own program. Are we still going to be able to do that this year?
I believe we will, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right. So I will bring back Dr. Dexter. And of course, early childhood, our #1 student success measure of our strategic plan, and just a lot of work over the last couple of years with that team too, and bringing on Amy Richards. So they're going to give you an update, and just excited about how we are continuing to increase capacity around early childhood education.
All right, can I get a screen share?
Yes, you should be able to. Nothing else is up right now.
All right. Okay, first up, you see our new logo, and every time I look at it, I see something a little bit different. And so early childhood education. And so I thought it was pretty impressive. And this framework, we all know we started, 2 years ago with an early childhood study team, and just brought in a group of people from different agencies and with staff in our school, and really started to talk about how do we communicate what we provide with early childhood. And, we have all these different partners and grants going on, and several people would say, well, what do we have to do with Learning Tree, and why is Grand Island Public Schools associated with them? And it really goes back to the strategic plan that we want all kids kindergarten ready, and we are supporting our local early childhood centers. And another positive about COVID is it's really brought all of our daycare providers and early learning providers together to really problem solve and just really have grown as a collaborative group. So that's been exciting. So the framework, Amy Richards, who is phenomenal. We're so glad to have her in Grand Island Public Schools. And I just pulled together the different research and different comments made by that first study team. And we also had Dr. Garcia come in, and Amy will share more about that. But just wanted to walk you through a little bit of just that on page 2, the why, going back to the study with Cross and Joftis, our vision, our mission, our student commitments, and then just a little bit about the research and the numbers in Hall County and the student population we serve. And so we serve 385 students out of approximately 800 students who will enter kindergarten. So there is a gap. And NDE, the Nebraska Foundation for Families and Children, also recognize that. The Buffett Foundation, they've really reached out to support us before COVID and now through COVID. And so this just goes on to talk about the history behind where we're going with all we're doing. The subcommittee involved board members, staff, Head Start, early development staff, early learning program staff, rooted in relationships, home visitors, Sixpence, child care partnerships, Sixpence, Communities for Kids, and National League of Cities. So we do have a great partnership, and all of those groups are under the Hall County Community Collaborative Birth to 11 Years subcommittee. And we meet monthly, and Jennifer is now leading that group, and just the things that we're accomplishing is just great. Then I'm going to hand it on over to Amy. And while she's getting on, just wanted to shout out to Jack. Amy and I had a very basic black and white document, and Jack took it in a couple of hours and really made it look nice. So Amy, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Dr. Dex. Oops, I was there. Thank you, Dr. Dexter. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the board today about the framework, and just want to echo Dr. Dexter's huge thank you to Jack, not only for the framework, but for his amazing work on the logo. I love the new logo, and I love how it's going to fit in with all of our work in Hall County. So Dr. Dexter, can I ask you to either scroll down to page 4 or perhaps stop sharing your screen and
Okay.
I'll share mine, either one.
I will stop share.
Okay, let me share mine real quick. So this is page 4 of the framework, and I just wanted you to have a chance to see the visual or big picture of where we ended after that work with Dr. Garcia. I was able to join this work just about a year ago after there had been lots of work already started by the advisory committee. But through last summer, all of the teachers as well as our community partners met, and we had an opportunity for lots and lots of discussion about what do we want for our students, for our kids, when they come to kindergarten and they've been part of our early childhood system. And so after lots of discussion and really thinking deeply about what do we want for students, we came up with 3 big pillars that we want for everybody. And that is, we want them to be socially ready, we want them to be emotionally ready, and we want them to be critical thinkers. So we really wanted to think outside of either traditional academics or focusing only on some of those social emotional factors. We want it all for Grand Island students. We want them to have everything that they need, not only to be successful in kindergarten, but to be successful in life. So our goal really is to have children who participate in all of our programs to walk in that door of kindergarten ready to not only be successful there, but in everything they choose to do. And so we talked about this as the big picture, but we know that we need to measure how we're going to do that. We need to have those success measures in place so that we can see how are we doing with meeting that goal or that vision for our students. So we built on an existing assessment system within early childhood, which is Teaching Strategies Gold. And we categorized some key objectives that we wanted to look at to see how we were doing with helping our students be socially, emotionally ready, as well as critical thinkers. And I don't want to read all of those to you today, but I do want you to have a chance to look through that framework and see the vast number of objectives that fall within each of those categories, that we really took a look at the whole child. We wanted to align with Grand Island Public Schools' mission that we would have every child, every day a success, and teaching hearts as well as minds. And I think that our success measures capture all of those things.
Amy, could you enlarge your screen?
Yes. Hang on here. Let me move this up just a little. Is that better? There. So when you look at our critical thinkers, we look at, we want kids to have those core academic skills. We want them to have those early literacy skills, early language skills, and early writing skills. We also want students to have those executive function skills. We want them to be able to be creative. We want them to be able to be curious and persistent and stay on task. We want them to have their early math and number skills, as well as other math skills that we look at in terms of patterning, regrouping, shapes, and positional knowledge. We also want kids to be emotionally ready. So we want kids to be able to understand and identify their emotions, and then also be able to manage those emotions as best they can, given their level of development. So we want them to understand them, control them, and learn all the tools and skills they need to be successful with that. We also want them to be able to connect with adults in their lives. That's a critical piece of students being successful, is for them to be able to create those connections with staff. And we want that to be as important as all of the other skills that we're focusing on. The other piece is that social readiness. Sometimes we talk about this as self-regulation. We want students to be able to follow directions. We want them to be able to have positive interactions with their peers. We want them to be able to share materials. And we want them to be problem solvers. We want them to be academic problem solvers and social problem solvers. So our goal is to take each of these objectives, and we've created a portfolio or checklist that our teachers are tracking for our students so that we can keep track of that data, see how we're doing in terms of meeting these success measures and helping our students be successful. As you go down a little bit further through the document, you'll look at what students are served in our GIPS preschool classrooms and some of the overarching components of our day that we work through in each of our classrooms. Equity is a huge priority for us, so that we know that all of our preschool students are getting opportunities to access materials and learning experiences no matter which classroom they're in, no matter which school they're in. We want them to have an opportunity to participate in this. We also want to invest in our staff and in our environments. That's a critical part of learning in early childhood. So you'll see in our framework where we talk about how important it is, like for all of our GIPS staff, that we're investing in that professional learning with them, and also helping to set up an environment that will help support our students to be successful. Our partners in this are our families. We take that responsibility very seriously. We want to, in as many ways as we can, engage our families in this process. Our students are part and parcel of their families. We need to make sure that we're not only reaching our students, but we're also engaging our families. We have an opportunity to be that first welcoming presence for so many community members. We want them to connect with us in Grand Island Public Schools, and we want to take that opportunity to grow that relationship with them as we move along this preschool journey. And Dr. Dexter touched on our community partnerships. We cannot reach all of our students alone in the GIPS preschool program. Our goal is to reach everybody, and we're doing that by working with our community partners, and they're reflected in this framework as well. So here in our appendix, you'll see some of that, the detailed work that was done throughout the summer, as well as the overview of our service model when we look at reaching kids from birth through age 5. So you heard Dr. Dexter talk about all of those different agencies and communities and the collaboration that's happening. This framework takes the opportunity to put that into hopefully an understandable visual so people can see how Grand Island Public Schools is supporting our children from birth all the way up and through kindergarten. And just gives you an opportunity to see all of that collaboration that's happening to help our students. And there are some descriptions of each of those within the framework. This is a link back to our teaching strategies goal objectives. And there's the preschool checklist that I talked about that we're using to track the development of our students and meeting those priorities. After this, you're going to see a number of different rubrics and checklists that are designed to tell us, as we talk about this big vision of what we want and what we expect to see in our classrooms, this is how we're making sure that we're doing that to fidelity. We've developed classroom walkthrough forms and crosswalks with our Marzano work so that we make sure we're fitting that within our system. We've developed a number of rubrics for teachers and staff to have conversations around, are we living up to what we said we were going to do? What does this look like? What does this sound like? What does this feel like when you walk in our classrooms? We wanted to make sure we have everybody on the same page and working toward that common goal so that we can have deep conversations, but also hold ourselves accountable for using those best practices that we've identified and following through with the promise that we made to our children and families throughout the year. So that's a quick overview of the framework document. Is there anything else that you'd like me to address, Dr. Grover or Dr. Dexter?
Any questions or comments?
I do not see any in the, oh, go ahead.
Can I go? I was just, let's see, I wrote down, do other preschools that, I mean, not our own district preschools, but other preschools have access to this framework document? And and what our expectations are so that they can kind of follow the same thing, even though they're not technically us, but they hopefully are doing the same thing we are. That's one question. Then my other one was just a comment. I love that graphic with the arrows that shows the interaction between all the agencies and groups and all that. It's always been very confusing to me as far as who does what, and that's a great graphic.
Okay, thanks. And when you saw the big red draft on the front page, we had planned to meet with the early childhood study team, bring everybody together, get comments, feedback, and then get their stamp of approval and then present this to the board. So we have not done that yet, and we just need to talk about what those next steps would be. But once that's done, you know, the whole purpose of this was to be able to share it, and to, when we come together and, you know, we work closely with the different daycares and early childhood in Grand Island, but they're always asking, what are you guys doing? How can we help? And also looking at sharing some professional development, which might mean that we have professional development in the evenings or on Saturdays, because it's hard for daycare providers to get off. But that was one of the big reasons for developing this, is to be able to share that same message and help others.
Hi, it's Erica. I just wanted to tell Amy, thank you. I've said this before, but thank you for picking us and coming to our district. I think your work is phenomenal, and I think you've done great things with early childhood. I just had, I guess, a question or a statement, and maybe it was me being naive and not having children in the district, but do we feel like our stakeholders know, like, how much we are involved from birth all the way to, you know, whether our student is 21 still at the school? Because I sometimes feel like people don't know that. They think of pre-K, but they don't think of all of the other stuff that we're doing before that.
And it's amazing that, because you work in this and you just don't realize that people don't realize that we do work with, you know, at birth and sometimes before, when we know there's going to be a trouble pregnancy. How do we support that mom and being prepared for the birth of that child? So this document's going to go a long way. You know, we've done presentations now at Rotary and different organizations in the community. Sharing it with the daycare providers is going to go a long way for us. But yes, we need to better communicate that we are cradle to career in support of students.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to encourage everybody, you can continue to add comments in the chat section if you like. We're kind of watching time here. So Dr. Dersh is going to share with us about the quadrant assignments. We're glad to have that information. And then we're going to move into the COVID-19. Just to update, we're kind of adjusting the agenda just a little bit. If we have time, we'll come back to athletics, but we want to make sure we have enough time left on the clock to talk about the future with COVID-19.
Okay, and I just lost the quadrant.
Let's see. There's a link in the agenda. I think everybody can pull it up. Jennifer, I don't know if you could share it.
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, everybody see the quadrants? Again, Amy, phenomenal work on this. When we started thinking about how do we enroll kids, especially because we have the classrooms at Lincoln, and then we added the classrooms at Star, and then we have, you know, our classroom at ELC. And so I've always talked about quadrants and people are kind of like, what are you talking about? But it became very apparent to us when we started school this year that we had kids on buses going all over the place because a kid that maybe could go right to Star was being bused to ELC, and it really created some issues for kids and for schedules. So Amy put together, and I'll let her talk more about this as well, just kids who we identify their home school, where would they go to preschool? And then of course we had to prioritize who would get there. And this was big for Lincoln because it's full with just Lincoln kids and sometimes a waiting list. And so to add kids from other schools just really didn't make sense because we wanted that continuity and that sense of family moving forward into Kinnickinnick Elementary. So when we see first priority, that's what we're talking about there. So Northeast quadrant, we have Lincoln Elementary. These are the possible attendance centers where preschoolers could come from. Southeast quadrant is STAR. Northwest and Southwest is the Early Learning Center. Of course, we've applied for a grant to add 2 classrooms at Howard, and that would free up some spaces at some of the other schools. So Amy, any comments?
No, I'll just say it's not a perfect system, but it really has helped us to define some areas. There's always going to be a line we have to draw somewhere. So we wanted to make it transparent, and we also wanted to really focus on what's best for our students by trying to find students and families that lived with close to those attendance centers, and especially for our students who are part of that district at Star and Lincoln, we wanted to make sure we gave them the opportunity to be in those buildings because that's where their entire elementary career will be. So that was the purpose of this document, was just to kind of help provide some guidelines and transparency about how those decisions get made as we work through the process.
And so that is early childhood in Grand Island Public Schools.
Just real quickly, how do we, or when do we expect to hear about whether or not we got the grant at Howard?
We'll have some news shortly. It's all embargoed for right now, so.
Any other questions? Want to make sure we can hear from the board.
How is the attendance now as far as the distribution goes between the schools that we have listed? I mean, I'm sure it's not equal right now. Is there do you have any kind of proportions or like it's just a head count of kids in these particular areas?
I don't have those numbers at my fingertips. We have worked off of waiting lists. We work off of a waiting list throughout the year. So we've tried to take the number of attendance centers and pair that with the number of classrooms that are available. But that's a good piece of information and data that we can continue to review in looking at, do we have enough classrooms in those sites, and or where, if we had the opportunity and resources, where might we add additional sites?
So Amy, just per section, right? So how many we have, like still 2 sections a day, and how many is in each section?
Sure. So yeah, at Lincoln, we have 2 classrooms, and there are a total of 4 sections. So a morning and an afternoon session. At Star, we have 3 classrooms. So we have 6 sections. Each of our sections has 15 students in it. And then at Early Learning Center, we have 8 classrooms or 16 sections.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see other hands, but are there other questions or comments from board members before we move to the next section? We don't want to shut off any discussion. Okay, so Dr. Grover, I believe you're going to facilitate our COVID-19 portion. I think you're on mute.
You're muted, Dr. Grover.
Sorry. We've done a great job of addressing the current needs. And so all of those plans, and I think we have established our priorities moving forward. They're still there. We've started some conversation about will these still be the priorities as we move forward? So for example, like our meal distribution, do we feel like we have a solid plan? Do we need to think about other areas of impact such as staffing and so forth? So we really hope that this will be a discussion. We really want to get your input here. We're going to let you know some things that we're thinking about, that we're grappling with, that we're paying attention to as we go forward. So just maybe to set the stage a little bit, we know that the commissioner asked all school districts to start thinking about a contingency plan for the fall. Even in the point being, if you have to continue in e-learning, you will already have that established. And so as we think about the fall, I think there are a couple of different ways that we're going to have to look at it. And so that is, will we return as normal, right? So we're very hopeful for that. We have to start thinking about, will we have a delayed start? So what does that mean for our calendar? We also have to think about if we have to start and we start in e-learning, what does that look like? Or if we have to start with certain sections of kids, certain grade levels, so just partial opening. We've been looking at the research of different articles. You've probably seen the one from NPR. They have some guidelines out there. The CDC also has some guidelines of how to think about reopening schools. And so we're already engaged in all of those conversations. And so the team is just going to share with you just quickly maybe some things that's on their plates and their discussions within their departments. And what we really want to be able to hear from the board is, what are you hearing that really concerns you, or what do you want us thinking about as far as the fall? What types of things would you hope that you would want us to stay away from, especially when we start thinking about the reopening? So just really opportunity for some robust conversation as we continue to kind of get some plans together. And we'll just be transparent, I guess, and vulnerable here. We may need a plan A, B, C, and D. We're just not quite sure yet. Other things may be happening across the state. We know we have to pay attention to what's happening in Grand Island and be ready to make those decisions for the safety and welfare of our students, our staff, as well as our community. So with that being said, we'll just start with Dr. Palmer to talk about e-learning and your thoughts there for the fall.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. And, as you were talking about the contingency plans, I just have to say that I think as an L4L team, they should probably be writing the books, because everything that now is coming out in these articles and recommendations, the team is doing. They're very thoughtful and already thinking about plans A, B, C, and D, and how we will address learning in each of those environments. And just, they're really being strategic about that. A new resource came out from the New Teacher Project and about the research about how do we even think about starting school. And of the things that they talked about, grade level content as an academic priority, that is exactly what our teams are doing. They're digging into the standards that were being taught this last trimester and saying, what are those essential things that our kids, that knowledge and skills that our kids are going to need to know? And then how do we look at how the year starts for them in that next year? How do we either support, add to, or extend some of that learning to ensure that those skills are built into the beginning of the school year, so we don't lose learning, but we have opportunities for teachers to be responsive to where students are at. And again, it's that includes diagnostics and thinking about the interventions that are directly aligned. And so just thinking, if this, then what do we do? Those are all the scenarios. They've already started to meet with task force members and pulling those teams together to get their input to say, what is it that you're able to accomplish right now? And what do you think we're going to be missing when we come back in the fall? So getting lots of input there from lots of different teams. And of course, equity is number one. So how do we address the equities head on? And then supporting and assuming the best of all of our stakeholders. So we know that at this time, everybody is doing the best that they can, and we want to value that and recognize that and pick up students where they are when they come back to us, no matter what environment that we are in. And we know that we have to think about things a little bit different if that's how we started. We had a week to make decisions when this initially happened, and now we have some time, so we can be really strategic and thoughtful and use the data that we have to really be intentional about what we decide to do. And then of course that communication. So we're already thinking about what's that communication timeline to teachers, to parents, and to students about what's to come for them educationally when they return in the fall. Do you want any additional information, Dr. Gerber? You want me to extend on anything?
No, I think that's a great maybe transition point. So maybe just to summarize it a little bit, I think that the big buckets for us when we go into the fall, we have to think about that grade level content, right? So how do we ensure that we're continuing to make sure that we don't have continuous gaps and loss of learning during those times, and also grading. So that was a big shift for us. We kind of shifted just a little bit from, just enrichment to grading and how we responded to that and do no harm. I think you will probably see some ramping up with some expectations, and also just about engagement and flexibility. So those are probably be some major pieces of change. So we'll just pause right there to see what's on your mind. What are you thinking about around the fall and teaching and learning?
Mrs. Schutz has her hand up.
I'm just wondering about things like hands-on type things that are really hard to replicate, things like chemistry labs and the construction pathway and things like those. Are we starting to look at some, I mean, are there virtual programs out there, things like that we can hone in on or start getting pieces put together?
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent question, Heidi. And what's been really cool about working with David Holden is that he is pulling in right now some of those simulation type experiences and resources out of Harvard and some other areas that he has vetted himself to say, these are great opportunities for kids that can't be in a lab right now. It still emulates those type of situations and involves critical thinking and problem solving. So, he is sharing some of those things with our teachers, and our teachers are eating it up. They're really excited about having those resources. But they've also, Katie and her team have already met with the teachers and said, okay, what experience are kids missing, and what do we have to either intentionally make sure this happens, like this one really builds off of another skill, so we have to have this one in, or the kids will get that through some of the spiraled opportunities that come throughout the year. So they're really looking at that alignment within each of those content areas. So great question.
And Mrs. Albers.
Oh, I was a little curious about if some kids, well, I'm thinking about pre-calc, for example, because Mr. Cush sends all the emails to the parents too. And, one of the things that he had said is the difficulty in covering the same amount of content when you're not in class. And so and this impacts my daughter, but it obviously impacts other kids, just about going forward. She's going to take calculus next year, and what about those, you just talked about those gaps, Tony, so then you started hitting on that a little bit. But also just as far as just something you said when you were talking about the labs, I know maybe even talking to like UNMC or the dental college and some of those places about how they're running their labs or what exactly they're doing, because those kids obviously need their labs and they're still in that same similar situation in that they have to learn all of that content. So even in Nebraska, I think we've got some great resources that we might be able to use. So those are two things that just came to mind as we were visiting about that.
Great point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others?
Yeah, I don't see any other. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to commend everybody. There's so many different opinions out there. And I just am very proud of how all of you reacted and what you were able to put in place, because it feels like we got it right.
Yeah, we're obviously still tweaking. So even though we started off well, we actually are getting feedback from teachers daily on things that we can make better. And they're still researching. So if there's something that comes up that says, ooh, this really aligns with this and it's an easy implementation, let's get it out to our teachers, and they're really making sure that they get it. So we continue to tweak and modify and revise.
The only thing I would say is I saw something today, and I don't even remember where I saw it, but it showed kids sitting in a classroom with plastic dividers between them. And I just really hope we don't have to go to that type of an environment. Once we do go back live, I hope it can be somewhat relaxed so that kids can feel, I don't know. didn't like how that looked for children's learning, but
It's not very
we'll do,
personal.
no, not at all.
And
I would
Mrs.
agree.
Schatz.
The other thing along the same lines is the fine arts. You know, we have art and show choir and band and all those kind of things that are they're doing amazing things. I mean, I'm really impressed with what they can do virtually, but the experience is so different. So those are our courses to keep in mind. And then my other idea or thought is on extracurriculars. We know that ties kids in so much to learning. You know, how do you replicate Key Club and you know all those other extra student council, all those other kinds of things outside of the learning environment that are just as important for kids. And how do you do that in a virtual environment and not lose sight of those too?
Yeah, excellent. And really appreciate that comment too, because I know that they've already started, like the PLCs have already started to talk about those things. So if we, you know, have to go that direction, at least they've kind of got it in the back of their minds, and then they can start planning and thinking about, so we don't lose those experiences for our kids.
And I
Great
think
point.
that's something we definitely want to engage with our teachers, you know, about, just because they're after school and we can create, you know, some virtual opportunities. And so just trying to balance their work-life balance at home also. But I know that they're going to come up with some amazing ways to be able to address it.
Mrs. Albers, did you want to share something else?
Well, I did, just going along with what Heidi said about the extracurriculars. You know, I don't know how you would do this, but you know, I do think, and I'm speaking from my personal experience and from Carlos's experience as he's talked to about his kids, but you know, there seems to be maybe some apathy, at least under our roof a little bit, from my darling daughter. Just, you know, it's hard to get that motivation. And I know that she's had meetings she could have attended, but she was just like, you know, and I don't know, you can't make a mandatory, but strongly encourage or something, somehow motivate them to spend that extra time if you go to a Zoom meeting or something, to be involved. I mean, she has spent time with the athletic trainers, with the teachers, and then with the other trainers as well, the student trainers. And I just hear her laughing and just having a blast, because that group is a priority for her. But I know she's missed some other things, and I just I don't have an answer, except maybe send the information to the parents too. That seems to be a good motivator for some of the students, because I can say, didn't you have a meeting, or did you know, you've got this assignment or whatever. And it gives me an out, because the parents are involved. I'm like, you know, I know that I need to give you independence. However, I'm getting this information and I can't ignore it. And so again, it's just something to think about, perhaps. I don't have the answer, but maybe just something to think about.
And part of it comes in the delivery, because we've talked a lot about the relevance and making the learning relevant and meaningful. And so how is that tied into their end goals?
Yeah.
You know, so it might be about, how do we set the year up with goal setting with students about what they need to accomplish to graduate, what they need to accomplish to be ready for those scholarships, and, you know, things like that. So that could be an area where we could leverage some opportunities there too. Thanks, Lisa.
It's Erica. Can I jump in? I didn't raise my hand. Well, I did right here. But I want to say something in regards to what Lisa has said a couple of times here. I want to say, yes, I agree on the parent emails. I think I saw that in one of our town halls that I sat in on, is that a parent was like, I don't know what my student is supposed to be doing. Could you notify me? So I think that's very important. Doesn't matter what age they are. Any age, that's important. But I want to tell everyone that if your child makes the choice to go on to higher education, not all classes are face-to-face, and not even like with a Zoom or an IP class. So I feel like the class of 2020 and even the classes below 2020 are having a very unique experience for some preparation in regards to if their choice involves higher ed. Because I do have to tell you, on the higher ed side, that is something that can get away from students when they take an online only class, and then all of a sudden the last 2 weeks of school show up and they have the entire class due. So I was just going to say, I do feel like this has been some great real life experience for them, potentially for whatever their future career holds as well, because I have a friend that her job is remote. Everyone else is somewhere else and she's in Grand Island. So I think this has provided some great real world experience too.
And Dr. Bros.
Yeah, I know. I empathize with Lisa and the thoughts about what happens to the kids in calculus. I'm going to have a freshman grandson, and I don't think we can forget about the foundations that those freshmen are going to have going through, because their new normal may last for a while, and I'm concerned about him having what he needs to have by the time he's a junior in high school. So I'm just throwing that out there, as we can't forget the kids on the bottom end of that 9-12 spectrum.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So do we want to move on to a couple minutes with Mr. Harden and meal distribution?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sure you're all keenly aware of everything we've been doing with the meal distribution. So first of all, a shout out to Chris Spellman and entire nutrition services team, and really the whole district pandemic planning team. We've been talking about it every single day, really probably the last 6-7 weeks. And so when you think about the rest of the school year, and you think about the summer feeding program we normally do, we probably have another 9 weeks to go past our regular school year. And so we have a lot to try to keep up with over 41,000 meals being distributed in a 2-hour time frame last Tuesday. So I guess I don't have anything new that you probably aren't aware of, other than we did run short. It wasn't because we didn't anticipate the need. It was just the demand was so great that so we're going to definitely bump that number up and have more available at all 5 distribution sites. And so I guess that's my comments. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have, or if Chris Spellman, if you're on, if you have any comments you want to share with the board.
I can say just a few things. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. As you, most of you really know, you've been, volunteering at sites, and we just really appreciate that. We've been changing gradually and trying to consolidate meal distribution. A lot of people are asking us what we're going to do when school is dismissed, and our plan is to continue the current model of meal distribution. I really don't know what to expect as far as participation with the community, but I believe that there are going to be a lot of needy families, so I would anticipate that it could maintain the level of participation that we have now, and so we need to be ready for that. We did also have a concern that what would happen if our staff would become ill to the point where we did not have enough staff to operate all of our sites, or to prepare the production, have the production capability. And so Virgil had facilitated a meeting with some community folks, and also we had NDE Nutrition Services there. And I think what we discovered is that there's really no one in the community that would have the capability of serving or preparing that many meals. And so one thing that I continue to pursue is like a shelf-stable, complete packaged meal that we can purchase that's already all put together and doesn't really require any bagging or counting of items to make sure that we have the correct meal components so that we can still get reimbursement. And there's been some positive information coming in through today for me to make some plans to get some prepackaged meals that we will probably plan on using ourselves as a couple days a week entree, or I guess a lunch meal. And there's some also breakfast prepackaged meals that we're planning on using. And so that's kind of nice because it will take a little bit of the pressure off of our production sites too. And I plan on having a couple weeks worth of those products in storage in case, you know, we would have to shut down for some reason with, you know, excessive illness or anything like that. So that's what we're planning on. We're planning on continuing to serve through the end of July. And once we know what's going to happen with the beginning of school, then, you know, we kind of respond to what we need to do. And we're the queens of making do. So queens and kings of making do. So we'll be there to, you know, serve families. I think after spring break, we were not able to start up our meal service on Monday, March 16th, but we missed one day there. And the only other day that we've missed as far as distributing meals or having meals for kids is this last Monday, when we made the change from a 3-day per week distribution to 1 day per week distribution. So we just have had all kinds of help from just all different facets of GIPS and also of the community. So it's been really nice to see everybody come together. Are there any questions that I could answer for you?
Thank you. It's been amazing, amazing, amazing. With the new change, and don't mean to put you on the spot of, you know, there were some families, for example, at Howard, where we would see a couple kids that would have to walk a couple blocks away, and they would bring their cart to pick up the food. Were we able to get in contact, or in situations like that, do you know how it ended working out now that we're going to a different site?
We have really seen an increase of cars that come up that are picking up, say, for five children or 10 children or even more. And so we've encouraged folks to reach out to their school, to their principal, social worker, or counselor to see how we can have volunteers pick up for those families. And we've also received some Let's Talk discussions, and that's what we've proposed, as that they contact their schools so the school can work locally in providing those families meals. So as far as I know, that's increasing just because we're seeing more meals requested per carload.
Mrs. Albers.
Hi, Chris. Just thank you for doing such a great job. I'm just so impressed with what you guys have been able to accomplish. But I was curious if you'd gotten any feedback on going to one meal distribution a week. Has that been positive feedback, or what are people saying?
I haven't gotten any positive feedback from the community on that 1 day per week. I do know that it is minimizing our staff's exposure, at least the distribution site's exposure. One problem that we did have this last Tuesday was that we did run out of meals. And so, you know, the way this program works that we're utilizing to get reimbursement back for the food that we're purchasing is that, you know, I was thinking, well, maybe we could take a carload's name and ask them for, you know, how many meals, and have them come back the next day or something like that. The thing with the names is that, you know, we're not supposed to serve more than 1 meal per child per day. And the program does not, the way we would do that, it doesn't align with the regulations of the summer food service program. because we're not supposed to worry about anybody's names or anybody's eligibility. And, you know, it could be a 2-year-old that we're providing food for and not necessarily a school child, or it could be any child in a surrounding community. So we continue to think about that, how we can accommodate those folks that miss that day, and or if we run out. And so we're still doing some problem solving on that, and whatever suggestions you might have would really be welcome.
Mrs. Schatz.
Just a couple comments. I echo Carlos. This has just been an amazing experience. And I know when we went to the one day this past week, the numbers of new people we saw that week, I was amazed that hadn't done it before up until this week. I mean, carloads of people that, I haven't done this before. How do I do this? So you explain the whole process to them. So I know we're continuing to pick up more people. On the flip side of that, I have a friend who lives in the Dodge district, and her daughter used to ride her bike over to pick up lunch, and now there's not a site close enough for her to do that. So those ones will drop off. They don't have another means of getting lunches picked up. The distance is too far for her to travel. My question is, I see this one couple in particular that I can think of every day at bar. They're obviously grandparents, elderly parents that, or people that are just have physical disabilities, and it is so hard for them to get out of the vehicle every day to navigate that step up and down off the curb, and I'm fearful these people are going to fall. Or is there a different way, or I don't know, just trying to brainstorm and think of I just want to so run up and jump and help them and throw everything in their car for them, because it's just so hard watching them try and lift those heavy boxes, and this feeble old gentleman put it in his car every day, and it kills me. So I don't know if there's a way we could do something different for them, or just, I don't know, you guys can brainstorm, or just an observation there.
One thing, I don't get out to the distribution sites to see that every day. I was out there last Tuesday and I was doing traffic control, so I didn't really see so much of the meals being put in the cars, but or the people getting out of their cars. But I would suggest that, if they have a trunk that they can just pop open, I'd ask them, hey, pop open your trunk and we'll load up your trunk for you. Or if it's a van, just we can open the door. I think as you get to know those customers or those families, we recognize them and can see what their needs are. And I think that the distribution folks really need to know they have the freedom to accommodate those folks in whatever way they need.
That's good to hear. I think everybody's
be there.
Sorry, I think that's good to hear, because I think people are afraid to, it's like, can I touch the car? Can I go up there? And they don't know that's okay. So good to hear.
It's kind of a hard, we've got some folks that kind of like our staff, food preparation and distribution, that you got to, tell them, oh, you guys need to get apart, 6 feet, don't forget about 6 feet. And then you've got the people that are super diligent and hyper vigilant that, are afraid to do those kind of things. So we really have a wide spectrum of personalities that are helping us out. We really appreciate all your support.
Well, we're very grateful too. It is a great program, and obviously it's filling a need.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Just keeping an eye here on the time. Do we want to move on to social emotional learning, Dr. Dexter? Let's see, Dr. Dexter, is that your screen?
It looks very peaceful.
I
She
didn't
giving us
unmute
a
myself.
moment to relax.
Okay. So do you see the screen? Not yet. Yeah. Yeah.
Lots of green grass.
Lots of green
Well,
grass. Okay.
Well, the screen is popping up. I just want to say kudos to Heidi. There's a couple of times people asked questions about the meals and all that, and I was going to the comments, and Heidi was answering every single thing, and I even learned new stuff. So thank you, Heidi.
Great. Okay, can you see the screen now? Okay.
Yes.
So the panorama survey has gone out to community, meaning parents and families. It's been sent out to staff and to students. We closed the community survey last Friday, and we had 1,191 responses. Of those responses, 82% were favorable about how Grand Island Public Schools was responding to the crisis. And you can see the breakdown by grade level, the number of responses, and that's the percent of students within that grade. And then the percent by ethnicity responding. And there's all kinds of questions, but I'm going to keep it short and just show you one that really stood out to me. This was, how can we better support your family while school is closed? And you can see Zoom. It was a tough one for families. But when you start reading the comments, GIPS, you've been amazing. Can't say enough. Engelman third grade teachers, amazing. The system is doing fine. Everything's going to be okay. Then you have start summer early. Now all parents are able to be home all day and doing classwork. So just some really good feedback that will help guide us, like Tony said, in planning for if we need to go start with e-learning. These are comments that can really help us. And so the other questions that were asked, what your family's food situation, 82% favorable. How concerned are you about your family's housing? 91% seem to be okay. And again, when you looked at the demographics of who is responding, that you have to really take that into consideration. Social emotional well-being. When you come down here, how concerned are you about your child's learning while school is closed? Again, some concern there. Slightly, not at all. Again, by grade level, ethnicity on who responded favorably. There was one about this, does your child have reliable access to a tablet, laptop, or computer? 98% responded favorably. So some more work to dig into all of those responses, but just wanted to give you an overview. And really for the surveys that we send out, the response rate was spot on with what we typically get. So that was helpful. Questions, anything you'd like me to dig in deeper to?
I don't see any right now, at least on the hand raising. So why don't we go on and go to equity and access, Mr. Harden, just because they're somewhat related. If you talk a little about those three topics, then maybe we can check back in with the board.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. I'll set the stage and maybe Mr. Gerhardt can then further develop the story, so to speak. So you heard Dr. Palmer talk about the desire for devices for this year's kindergartners that are going to go into first grade, and then also the concept of what do we do with kindergarten students that are new to the district for the school year. So we definitely have that on the table, trying to take a hard look at what that would look like. Kind of one of the big parameters on the table are, is this just a one-time reaction where maybe we go out and spend the money to get the devices implemented and do it just to deal with this situation? Or is it a much longer term where we go ahead and modify our practice as a district and we go ahead and implement this as a going on for the long term? And so I guess with that, certainly hundreds of thousands of dollars involved if we go forward with the equipment. There's professional development for the staff. There's certainly learning curve for students. And so a lot of things that we have to think about moving forward with this. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Corey, who can kind of talk about the logistics and maybe a little bit better reference on the dollar amount that he thinks it might take. Well, I think Corey's on. Corey, are you there?
Sorry, yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. That's apropos, isn't it? So I'm sorry I missed about the last minute of what your conversation was, Virgil.
No problem. We're just talking, if you look at the agenda, we're on equity and access, and we're really just talking about the concept of, you know, this year's kindergarten class needing to have devices as they go into first grade. And then the concept of having next year's kindergartners get devices, what it would take for logistically to make that happen, the time of the supply chain, the dollar amount involved, the staff development, if that's been anything you've thought about. So it's really just from the IT's point of view, what resources, time, place, people, money are going to be necessary to make that happen. And then maybe even talk a little bit about the fact, is this just a 1-2 year thing to deal with COVID-19, or is this a fundamental change where we have this going forward as a district and we'll 1-to-1 K through 12?
Sure. So yeah, there's been a lot of different conversation on the table around what devices would look like in kindergarten. We, you know, for those of you that may not be aware, we are a 1 to first grade through 12th grade right now. Chromebook devices, so it's a laptop without a touch screen, does have a trackpad and all the other features of the laptop. What we've done with the issues that we've had so far with getting that all deployed, previous to the COVID-19 situation, grades 1 through 4 were all cart based, so each classroom had enough devices for the students in the room. We did have to make a quick transition, and we did take those devices off the carts and send them home. So all students right now, 1st through 12, have that device. The next steps are, what does it look like for our summer school? So we have kids that might be in kindergarten moving into the 1st grade that need some sort of access to continue that e-learning throughout the summer. And then what does it look like for our traditional, you know, PK-12 tech plan in the fall, because, you know, we have these contingencies surrounding what the fall might look like. So we've put together a couple of different scenarios. We've worked with L4L to determine the device type to use for kindergartners and figure out what is the demand for the summer school students, for the kindergartners going into 1st grade, and what devices will we have available for them. We are working with the senior high right now and the seniors, the 12th graders, to collect their devices shortly after graduation this year. Those will be brought back in, and of course we'll go through them and make sure those are ready to go. But those are probably going to be the primary source for those 1st grade devices for the summer at least. We have put in an order for devices that would typically go to our 5th graders and our 9th graders to fill out that cycle. And so we do have some of those coming, but unfortunately with the shutdowns globally, we have had some supply chain issues surrounding those devices. You know, we were in a pretty good place. We had started early enough this spring. However, you know, the uncertainty that surrounded the situation just led us into that moment where we needed to stop and take some pause and say, what is our financial outlook look like for the next, 6 months, 12 months, 3-5 years? And does it make sense to make big purchases at this point? Because when we go to do these annual purchases, you're talking anywhere from $600,000 to close to $1 million worth of equipment. And so we went ahead and paused, and we subsequently realized that, you know, our financial situation this year for the remainder of this school year obviously has already been allocated and things like that. So let's go ahead and try and get ahead of this so that we can get those devices in, and we will have them, because there is still a number of uncertainties surrounding the next several years. And so we want to make sure that we had our newest and best devices here, if that has to help us extend out and maybe change what that 5-year plan looks like for the tech plan. So with that, you know, right now the plan is to bring in those devices from the seniors, get them to where they're adequately suited to go back out to students, and then issue those as a priority to the first graders, the new incoming first graders, so the current kindergartners that are going to need those for summer school programming. And then in the fall, kindergarten and first grade right now, we would use any new equipment that we get over the summer to help fill those 2 grades out if we start out in the e-learning platform and environment. There is going to be, I know that L4L is working on those contingency plans and kind of what that looks like from an educational and a professional development standpoint, not only for kindergarten teachers, but also for parents, because if you've got a new parent to the district, doesn't have other students in the district, you know, they're not comfortable or necessarily familiar with, you know, what does it look like to log into GIPS's system? What does it look like to access those resources that are on there? So those are certainly all things that we are considering and working toward solutions for. And that's kind of where we're at. I don't anticipate, unfortunately, the new equipment arriving prior to the end of the school year or the beginning of summer school. That's kind of what puts us into that a little bit of a pinch. I know that I've also worked with the summer school, Kate Crow, around, you know, there is some timing and logistical issues with the return of devices and the start of summer school. We have to leave time for the devices to sit to ensure they're sanitized properly. And then we also need to, you know, do a debugging protocol that we've developed over the last several years. And by debugging protocol, that's not an IT thing. That's a insect thing. And so we'll work through that, and that gives us time to get that completed and then get those redistributed for the students. So and that's what I know right now. Are there any questions surrounding the IT response?
Thank you, Corey. Are there any questions about that or any of the established priorities? Because otherwise we'll be moving into kind of a new area with our immediate future and the unknown. So anything else from board members? I see some head shakes. I think they're good. Dr. Grover, do you want to take over?
All right, well, here we go. Dr. Dix has been working on some calendars. I've kind of already front loaded this just a little bit of thinking about what it means to reopen. So we want to really be able to hit the calendar as well as think about the financial landscape.
Okay. Am I up and showing here?
And since this is a public meeting, I just want to make sure that I acknowledge that this is a discussion. We need to be able to have open discussions with our Board of Education. No plans have been made. We will work with our calendar committee as well as utilize our parent advisory, but do a lot of thinking through this process. But we just want to start the discussion with our Board of Education today.
And, you know, the pandemic team that meets daily at 3 o'clock. We've really put together an awesome plan to close school, and now we need to put together another awesome plan to reopen school. And just like Dr. Grover said earlier, an A, B, C, D, E, F, G plan, just scenarios, different scenarios. And so, you know, our hope is that we start school on the day that you all approved in the calendar, and that we move through and we don't have a resurgence and everything goes perfect. But the first thought is, would it help to delay the start of school a month? And if so, I just played around with the calendar to just give you an idea of what it could look like. And so if we started like on August 31st, that's 21 days later than we would have planned to start. That would mean that we would finish June 18th with students. And that still leaves Thanksgiving, 2 weeks at Christmas, and a spring break, and Easter is all in there. That kind of a plan we'd be looking at, it's 2 days short on our staff contract, and it's 1.5 days short on our student contact. So it's still some tweaking there. Looked at parent teacher conferences, moving those all around. And then, I just read an article today that, well, maybe you don't let parents in that first semester because you don't want a whole bunch of community members in. So and this would go back to the calendar committee, go to parent advisory council before any of this would even be solidified. My first year of teaching, I taught in Seattle, Washington, and we started after Labor Day, and we made Father's Day's presents in June, and that was just the way they'd always done things. But it would be a change for us. There's also activities. When is the Nebraska Activities Association going to start up activities again? Because that drives a lot of our schedule, working around practices and games and that sort of thing. So lots of things to think about. We've also talked about, half the first grade classroom comes on Monday, half comes on Tuesday, and flip-flopping that back and forth. AB schedules at the high school, just to tone down the number of kids in the building. Some other research says that once you get kids together, that, splitting them apart, it's not worth the time and the effort. So, I think Tony said there are schools that are starting to rethink this, and Denmark opened up and learned a lot from what they had in place. So the more and more schools that do open up, will learn a lot on what worked and what didn't. But just wanted to give you a heads up that we are thinking about all kinds of different scenarios. This is just one that, as many of you know that who are on the calendar committee, I usually throw out just one to tear into and tear apart, and we usually come out with a pretty good calendar. So just wanted to share with you that we are discussing and planning different scenarios.
Robin, this is Lisa. I've totally screwed up my screen, so I don't even know how to raise my hand anymore. But I'm not on the screen anymore. I don't know where I am. But have you talked to your your teacher leaders? Are you going to? I mean, they always seem to have good ideas when Dan and I are on that calendar committee. But I was just curious about that, or if you wanted to talk to us first and then you're going to talk to them about it.
Right, we brought up just a little bit, some comments about we want 2 weeks at Christmas, we want spring break, those kinds of things. Just the thought of going into June for some is just like, we can't do that. My other concern is we get rocking and rolling and get back into great routines and schedules, and then we hit the resurgence that everyone talks about. So we still have to have that e-learning plan on, we close school on Friday and we don't see kids for 6 weeks. So all of those things are on the table and being talked through. Transportation came up with, do we really want to load all those buses up the first day of school? Because there's a lot of kids packed into a small space. So those are all the things that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Mr. Harden, what is your good news about the financial landscape going forward? You'll solve all of our problems.
Sure, I need to share the screen.
You may do that. Nobody else is right now.
And can you see my emergency financial preparedness considerations?
I don't believe so. I can't.
Huh.
I don't see it either yet.
Okay.
The print might be too small.
Print too small, you think? Well, I got screen one. Sure.
It's looking better now.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
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 Okay, good. So just go a little PowerPoint from our friends at the World Health Organization. So I'm going to throw all kinds of things out at you. You know, I guess one of the first things is, and I don't know if you can see, I got some funky stuff going on with my screen. So I think we have 20 minutes, so I'll try not to take more than 25. Any question, any top of the mind type questions that anybody has, like, hey, you know, this is burning a hole in my head. If I don't ask it right now, it's going to pop out or anything. I always kind of like to start off with that. But if anything comes up as we go through, don't be shy, kind of thing. So what do we actually know? Well, obviously the situation rapidly changing, continues to change almost every day. And so one thing we do have firm data on is the state aid certification for 2021 came out last week. And so the first number is the actual increase in state aid that we received. The second number here is the prior year adjustment, kind of a net. That's kind of an increase from the best way to say it's just a net number. So the total between those two, the additional resources we're going to get is about just short of 1.4 million. So that's good news, obviously. Almost everything else is yet to develop. I mean, you can't force the sales tax numbers to come out before they, you know, come out, kind of thing. So obviously the folks at the World Health Organization, you know, they've been talking about this for a long time. So it's a big deal. 2005, I mean, we've had viruses for years, for centuries, I guess. So really the key things for us financially are flexibility and adaptability. We have to share our information, and we do a great job with that, both with Dr. Gerber's cabinet meeting, our daily pandemic planning meetings, and just really communication within the district. Really looking from the IT operations and nutrition services, how can all of those operations work together? Where are our gaps? What do we have to try to figure out to respond? And then really, I have a number 4 is really based on a little schematic I have shown up later. So I'm just going to keep going. So this is the schematic I'm talking about. This is from Standard & Poor's Global Rating System. And they actually use this to try to analyze a firm's credit worthiness. So this is very appropriate for us as on the financial side of things. You know, are we aware of what's coming in our direction? Can we anticipate the fact that the state is going to have financial issues with funding not coming into the general fund? That's the resources that they use to pay TIOSA. 65 cents of every dollar we spend is from the state. So we have to assess where we're at and how that's going to affect us. We have to put together an action plan. And they actually look at the culture from the bottom up, which I think that's always good to make sure that we think about folks and how it's going to impact them on our decision, and then decision making top down. So this is just a model, like I said, that's from Standard & Poor's on adapting and being prepared for financial stress. So no fear. Thought I'd start off with, you know, I don't want to be a fear mongerer. I want to be a fear conqueror. So we are in an emergency situation. I don't know if you feel a perpetual state of stress, but a lot of people do. However, do your past decisions. We do have a strong cash reserve, basically 3 months of operational. Obviously, if we spent all 3 months of that, we literally have no money in the bank. So we don't want to do that. But that gives us a strong backbone, is how I like to say it. So equity, this is just a restatement of the equity platform that you heard earlier in our retreat today. And so it's always in the back of our mind as we allocate resources to programs. And so I call these risk groups, but really maybe it should be focus groups. So I can always change that. But from my lens, you know, the issues that are on deck that we have to constantly think about are, of course, the nutrition services, and we've talked about that at least to some extent. One piece on here is just thinking about next school year, we want to move to the community eligibility program, which would allow the districts that, or the buildings in the district that qualify, everybody in that building, regardless of having to apply or qualifying, to get free meals for both breakfast and lunch. And so Chris Spellman and I have talked to the F&F committee about that. We'll continue to pursue that, and we'll have more information to you on that as we develop. And so as we think about school starting, if and when, that happens, I should say when, it will happen. What's cleaning look like? And really you have to think about it in terms of, it's not the building that's the issue. The building as it is now, practically empty. There's no COVID-19 issues really. It's when we bring everybody back into the building and there's all the human interaction and the spread. So what does cleaning look like? What does safety look like? Do we have hand washing stations everywhere? Do we make every kid every hour go to the, wash basin and wash their hands? What's the protocol? What do you think about what we should do about playgrounds, common areas? Are we going to require face masks, face shields? What about the secretaries? What about the libraries and different places where more than groups of 10 could easily congregate? Will we still have the issue of more than groups of 10? Don't know. All of those have yet to develop. And I think Dr. Grover, as we started this whole retreat, really laid it out well, and that there's so much that we just don't know. And we have to figure it out as time goes forward. Obviously, Corey mentioned in this information technology piece about the devices and the bags and debugging is a real thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody miss something?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just keep going. Dr. Grover, Dr. Dexter, I think just mentioned the bus issue. And so, how do we handle that? We have not made a decision on that. We need to develop a protocol. So let's talk about revenue. A lot of information on here. So we're calling this the sudden onset Great Depression of 2020. So happy news. And the sudden onset, obviously, because of the whole COVID-19 and the pandemic. Really, the first case in the world was November 15th of 2019. And here we are, May 1st, and lots of impact halfway around the world. So the CARES Act, Grand Island's supposed to get $2.1 million. I have applied or sent FEMA information that we could have as much as $3 million of additional cost due to COVID-19. We mentioned the other positive, our cash reserve, TIOSA has been certified. We won't know what our evaluation is until August 20th. And so I do expect that to be a property increase, valuation increase. I put GIPS only there because, as you know, ag land has been going actually down for the last couple of years. And so it could see a severe drop. We have virtually no ag land to rely upon, so we won't be impacted. The bigger issue is that we impact so many other school districts with the draw on state aid to be so severe that they underfund TIOSA in the future for us. So that's part of that whole understanding our environment. At this point, the only number I've even heard anyone mention a couple of weeks ago was that the state, kind of in under their breath almost, maybe there'll be an $850 million loss in revenue over the next biennial budget. That would rival the 08-09 timeframe. And so if you were on the board back then, you know what that means. The other issue that we have on deck is the feds possibly allowing the state to supplement or supplant, the TIOSA. And really the phrase down there in quotes is from the Council of Great City Schools legislative letter that came out a few weeks ago, saying that they expect states to apply for an exemption or a waiver for the maintenance of effort. I talked to Bryce Wilson with MDE about that. He said, well, it's not like we're going to lower state aid. It's we're going to let state aid run. And if we have to, infill state resources to keep that flowing, that's what we're going to use the money for. Now that's Bryce at MDE. That, the legislature decides what they do. So that's the revenue situation. The expenditure side, again, sudden onset, and I use the Great Depression phraseology because that's what they're now in the large sector at Standard & Poor's. They're calling it a depression, not a recession. And so what are the issues that we have? Possible decreases in spending due to reduced activities. Obviously, we don't have kids in the building all day long, and so all the things that they do that cost money, we won't be spending that, so that could help us. We have scaled back on our project list. The things that were large and had to be done, safety-related issues we're doing. We're not doing all of those items we identified. Obviously, additional pressures from just staffing demands and then normal negotiations process. So action plan and next steps are really to be developed as things develop. We have a model and a platform for thinking and asking ourselves tough questions. This certainly won't be without pain over the next, I'll say, that's really hard to predict. If you think about how many years it took the world to come out of the Great Depression back in the 30s, it was 5 years before they returned to the economic productivity of the world output. And so the issue that's different is that this was a sudden onset due to an environmental factor of the virus, and it was not underlying economic issues. So the hope is that that's going to be a much faster turnaround. And so that's, again, unknown. We just don't know until that occurs. So conclusions is we have a big puzzle that we have to put together. And so we'll be working on that as we go forward. But it's kind of the situation now. If we don't know what we don't know. And we're in a good, strong position. We have to be conservative, but yet not hurt our kids based on the needs that they have. So with that, I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Brown, are you writing down some notes?
Okay. I did write down notes here. It looks like to me, I mean, it's obvious there's a lot of unknowns. There's no certainties, unprecedented times. You start off with some good news, at least on a few items. One's the cash reserve. Another is the increase in our state funding. Again, this is a moving target. I guess that would be the overall answer is we can't solve this. We don't know. And so when things become clearer, which I don't have any clue on that because it's both at the state and the federal level, it's all trickled down to us. So I guess this will be an ongoing thing. And so we'll get answers as they are released.
Dr. Brose has his hand up.
I see that Virgil has this on our Finance and Facility Committee meeting for next week. And I just would encourage board members, if you have questions that might take too long to wrestle here at this time, and you want us to wrestle them during the committee, that would be an appropriate thing for us to do and to spend some time on.
I guess I do have a question. Have you heard any more, Virgil, about the money that does come to us from the federal government as to, I know there was one senator that was proposing it not come to the schools, but be put into the property tax relief bucket. Have you heard any more about that?
Well, that's Senator Groney. We can use his name. He signed the letter, sent it out. So, that's one person's view, and that is a little bit of what I was trying to convey to you as a board, that the state will be empowered to, if they so choose to, not give us any additional resources, but just maintain what we have through the formula, because they're going to get the state in, they can apply for a waiver for the maintenance of effort. So they can, in essence, at the state level say, well, we're supposed to use TIOSA, it's going to cost $1 billion, and we only have 800 million. So we need 200 million of the state money or the federal money infill. And that's so by not doing the full $1 billion in that example, they're not maintaining effort. And so they basically just use the money. So that money is supposed to come to us over and above what we get now. And so what I'm saying is they're going to net it. At least they have the option. Now, Bryce Wilson at NDE is like, well, that's just, that's talk at this point. Nobody, he did mention growing and all that. So the answer specific to your question is no, I have not heard a single thing other than everybody's talking about this comment. Obviously, the unicameral's not in session. It's, again, another thing that's yet to be developed. We don't know where that's going to go, if that's the attitude of enough people in the legislature that they could get that to happen, or if there's enough level-headed folks that they can do other things. We just don't know how bad Nebraska is going to be hit. One of the big differences between now and 08, 09, if you want to think about this, and again, it's just to think about, I'm not, doom and gloom, but we're not going to see $7 or $8 corn. We're seeing, people being paid to take oil off of the manufacturers because they don't have a place to store it, right? And so corn's not going to go to $7, $8 a bushel, and so that's not going to happen. The opposite is going to happen this time, and so that could be a big hit to Nebraska. And so we just have to be thinking in terms of our environment is just so unknown at this point. Anything we can do to continue to be in a strong financial position is probably wise. But yet we have to move forward as an organization. So it's a delicate balance.
Mrs.
I would just
Schatz. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, just along those lines, just as it relates to the CARES Act, the one-time relief funds, you did receive an email from Matt Belko today asking board members to complete that survey. So just the opportunity for you to put your input out there.
So that's a lot of my question is, I mean, I know with the PPP loans and all that and unemployment and things like that, everything is taking way longer than anybody anticipated in getting these funds. So is there any idea of when these CARES funds actually come and what time frame the state would make that decision, whether it passes it through to the districts or if they hold it, or do we have to wait for the legislature to be in session, those kind of things? And then my other question along those lines is, are there strings attached to this CARES money, that X% has to be spent on this or it can be spent on that? I mean, the PPP has all kinds of strings attached as far as repayment for this, or it's, 80% has to go towards salaries and that kind of stuff.
Both great questions. Try to answer them as best I can with as long as answer as I possibly give you, which is, I don't know and I'm not sure. I literally had a conversation for probably 20 minutes prior to this retreat starting with Bryce Wilson with NDE. I asked him those same exact answers or questions, and pretty much in his 10.5-minute response to me, that's what he said. We don't know. The U.S. Department of Education, he specifically talked about, of course, we have Betsy DeVos, which is the chair or whatever, a cabinet member. She has two associate folks, and they're working diligently to develop those plans and those rules and regulations. Nothing has been released. So the state does not even know what the playing field looks like. And so that's the quandary that we're in. We're all sitting here trying to make decisions for how we close out this school year and how we get ready for next. And we don't know how the playing field's going to change between when we make those decisions now and when we implement them and spend the money as we move forward. That's why the cash reserve is so important. We have an ability to kind of bank on that a little bit. We just don't know if we're going to get extra resources or we're just going to be held flat. And then, yeah, what strings off? My phraseology I want to use with that is almost always there is a string attached when the federal government gives you $1. So what that looks like, I don't know if it's a spending limitation, if it's like you said, 80% of your money gets spent on salaries and benefits, so 80% of this federal money has to be spent on that. There was all kinds of issues with ARA money and all kinds of reporting requirements. I'm going to guess all of that's going to be in play, but exactly the flavor and the depth and breadth of what that's going to look like, I have no idea.
Dr. Brose. Oh, hands just still up. Okay, I don't see any more hands. Dr. Grover?
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for your facilitation, and Mr. Harden also for your presentation. And we've started these financial conversations even before we received any information. I just want to applaud the team for already thinking about prioritization, as well as just strategic funding, and just how do we think ahead for what we know is in front of us. And we will continue those conversations. I want to encourage you also, back to Dr. Brose's point, if you think of something, at whatever point, just send it over to Virgil. We will get it on the finance and facilities agenda, where we could spend some time grappling with it. As we know, we'll be discussing this several months to come. As we I'm being very mindful of the time here. I do want to make sure we leave time for the board members to have just last word, last points here today. And I just want to maybe take my last minute just to thank our team of administrators here in Grand Island Public Schools. They have been steadfast like never before. We already know that they're dynamic, they're awesome. Hands down, but they are working like triple fold right now, right? You're thinking about COVID-19, they're thinking about the future, and just, more meetings than ever before. We might be at home, but it's like you're on a Zoom call every hour, and just their stamina needs to be highlighted at this point, along with their wisdom and their knowledge, and just being very thoughtful about how we move forward, trying to be considerate of our staff members also. So it's really been awesome to work alongside everyone here. And certainly to our teachers out there, you talk about, there's nothing like a crisis to really make you appreciate each other, as well as come together. And I think we've seen a lot of that here in Grand Island Public Schools, and we're able to do it because of your leadership. Decisions that you've made in previous years are paying off for us even right now. And so that's why your leadership does matter. And so if we go back and think about everything that we've talked about today, if we think about just positive behavior supports our early childhood, just how we are responding to COVID-19 and how we are planning for the future from an academic standpoint to the supports as well as the budget. We've covered a lot of ground here today. And, I keep a couple of these little documents that Jack makes for us just about our strategic plan. I just go back sometimes and I read just, what's our focus. And if you get a chance to do that, you should do it, because everything that we're talking about, from how we want to personalize our learning for students, how we're supporting our educators, how we're looking at data, how we're working with our community, it is in action. It is not going anywhere. So I want to turn it over to you for your final thoughts and next steps. So you can kind of see it in our agenda here as you consider our work during COVID-19, based on everything that you heard today. What would be one thing, and I'm going to slow down just a little bit. So if, for those of you who would like to maybe have just a minute, Jennifer, you can help me with time to kind of get your thoughts and just kind of take everything in from today. What would be the one thing you would see as the next step or area of focus? And we're learning some things, as we talked about earlier today, and we don't want to lose that, because it's been some fantastic, ways that we can approach some things, and we can transform our work as we continue to go forward. So what were some strategies that were implemented that you would like to see us continue for our staff and students? So I'll let you sit with those two questions. They are on your agenda. And maybe just give you 60 seconds or so, and Jennifer, bring us back.
Okay, that is 60 seconds. Mrs. Hinkle, do you just want them to share out as they wish? Do you want to call on them in any certain order?
Well, it looks like Lisa has her hand up. So Lisa, why don't you go ahead first?
Okay, this is, and this is something we've talked a little bit about, but just to, I'm sure we're all thinking about it. Since all this work has been done for online learning, it's going to be a great lead in to possibly change the way we offer education to a lot of kids. You know, Heidi mentioned that her daughter is now able to work at with the election commissioner, and you know, what a wonderful experience for her. And so if she had options for online learning, you know, she might be able to keep a job like that. I think it's really, we've always talked about doing something like this, changing hours, changing opportunities for learning for kids. And now that you guys have done so much work on all this, I think it could be a real advantage to some of our students, especially those students that perhaps even have better attendance online than they do in school. Maybe we can just turn this around and just make it a positive. I mean, we want to be all things for all students, and this is going to be a great lead in to be able to do that. And I know a lot of people on the board feel the same way.
Okay, Erica.
How dare you take mine, Lisa? No, I was going to say, and I think we may think of it more from like a high school perspective of providing a virtual environment or maybe a virtual academy or something. But I think oh, I'm sorry, my cat. I think that we need to think about it, you know, even lower down in the grades. Middle school's a tough time, all those hormones. It might be a better opportunity for some students to have that opportunity, and even lower down into the elementary school, especially if there are medical issues for the student, maybe a virtual environment would be the best option in regards to attendance, etc. and so forth, or they don't have to go pursue other opportunities outside of the district, then they could stay in our district and still be our student. And then I just want to commend us on our level of communication out to our families. The governor has given Dr. Grover a shout out twice during his 2 p.m. press conferences that I've been able to watch and see, and it's been based on our communication in multiple languages. So I do want to commend us on that and just remind us to continue that. And then I think Jack maybe mentioned it about our great partnership with the Multicultural Coalition to potentially look into other languages as well. So that way our families that maybe speak Arabic, etc., can also have that communication sent out in the language that they feel most comfortable communicating in.
Okay, Kelly.
So yeah, I have written down here, flexibility for students for more e-learning opportunities for some coursework. So, you know, even in the business world, at First National Bank, we have about 4,500 employees, and about 3,500 of those are working from home. And so they're seriously talking about, you know, what does this look like in the future? How can we continue to do that? It can, you know, help employees who have children, all of those things that, so school is not so different from business in that perspective, in that we have lots of students that work full time. And I think that it would be awesome. I not to have all of their coursework online, but to provide some opportunities for those classes that are easier to deliver in an e-learning environment, and to utilize what we've already figured out. You know, double, triple kudos to our nutrition services. It's amazing, and unfortunately, because I've been tied up with PPP loans for the last 30 days and still am with the second round of funds that came out, that I haven't been able to assist. But one of the questions that I had was, do they have a need for more volunteers to help? We didn't really talk about that in the disbursement of meals. Could we have used more people? I'm hoping that, in another week or so, I might have a little more flexibility in helping with that. So other than that, I just think we need to really, really think about how education being delivered can change with what we've figured out here in a very, very short period of time. So thank you.
Yes. Carlos.
Well, I've read the question on your email that, and I kind of been thinking all day, night. But what I've seen today is just the amazing level of leadership from all of you as board members, superintendent, administrators, nutrition, everywhere, GIPS staff, just the level of leadership. So if there's something that I would like to see as next steps is how do we package this? Because I think we have been able to be very proactive on many things. And even years ago, talking about, do we build another high school? Well, what could, I think we went the right way when we went into academies and one-to-one devices. So we've been in the edge of things. The leadership of everyone and the thick skin of, we were trying some things that were new and we're not afraid to try it. And finally, going back to your email question about, what's something that I would like to see that we keep. I think this has given an opportunity for many to realize that those ideas, suggestions that many times we said no to, or no, we can't do that, or that might be impossible. I think we've realized that, wow, we can do it. So that we can take a big risk on things. We can take a big risk on process, and that we don't have to wait for a crisis to push us over the edge and realize that we can fly. So I think there's many opportunities there. And the level of commitment, again, of everybody. We know there is so much that goes on in the process of your decision making. To all the staff, thank you. To all the teachers, I think they're showing that they have a calling in education. They don't have a career in education. They've had a calling and they've responded to it with such an amazing heart and courage. So thank you all.
Thank you. Heidi.
Okay, I've just been jotting down some ideas here, just some thoughts. I think something Dr. Grover said about, we're in more meetings than ever right now. I think something to be wary of and to be aware of is meeting fatigue, and just, day in, day out in front of the computer. I don't know what else you do. There's not a way to mix it up when you can't all get together, but just be mindful that can really grind on staff that's used to spending their time with kids and people all the time. Just a comment I'm just going to share that I heard roundabout somebody, I don't even know this person, but they're a staff member. I think they might be a speech path or something like that. But just that they keep getting pulled into Zoom calls and Zoom meetings while they're trying to work one-on-one with kids. And so just something to be mindful of there. They just find it frustrating. They finally make connection with a kid that needs one-on-one help, and then all of a sudden they've got a request for something for a Zoom meeting. The other thing is daycare. I know a lot of places in our community have lost daycare. Their daycares have shut down. People have been exposed, things like that. I know we're watching our grandson one day a week to help out with that. So that's a need in the community. I don't know if there's a way we can step up with anything there. Surveying I would love to survey our students that go on to college next year to see if this experience has helped them transition to that college environment. You know, it's something Madison brought up at our board meeting about this just being kind of a way to test the waters in that e-learning environment. So I don't know if there's a way we can capture that next year down the road or not. And then as far as the other question, as far as what we've implemented that I'd like to see us continue, I think those Zoom town hall meetings are awesome. I think we get great questions, great feedback that way. It puts us in front of everybody. And those have been a great addition. I'd like to see us continue those. And I'll go back to my quote in the beginning about local government, local entities stepping up during times of turmoil. I guess I look around our community and, you know, you see Roger Steele fighting with the government and all the worries with JBS and the county board has their issues. But I would say that the schools have been the entity to really step up in this community and offer support for the whole community. So kudos to everybody for that.
Okay, thank you. Terry.
I guess for me, looking at the two questions, I think this is a really great opportunity for the district to look at lessons learned. Again, that's to start now with the questionnaires that we've seen already, but really to look at from the professional development standpoint, because I really think going forward, we really need to follow up with our teachers and our students to figure out what's worked well and what hasn't worked well, because again, this is one time in history. What a great opportunity to look at e-learning and seeing firsthand what's working, what's not. And obviously the need for professional development now, I think, is probably more critical than ever. Seeing the two frameworks that were presented, great documents, a great starting point. I know there's been a lot of work has been done, but it also screams out for more professional development. So I think that for me is what I see as a need, the professional development, and it's probably got to start this summer, whenever summer is. I mean, there's summer temperature wise, and then there's summer when we're done with school, and there are two different things this year. So for me, that's professional development. And then again, I think the lessons learned from e-learning going forward, I do think we've talked about the need for new buildings versus virtual buildings. And I do think we're experiencing that now. So I think the continuation of e-learning is critical, and let's learn from what's worked and what's not.
Thank you. Dan, I think you were next.
Well, I echo everything that everybody has already said, but I wrote down a couple of things here. Heidi mentioned the town hall meetings. If you've been involved with those and you have monitored the comments that are being made there, you find a lot of overwhelming support for Grand Island Public Schools. I'm glad that I'm affiliated with it. I'm glad my kids go to the Grand Island Public Schools. I'm so proud. You know, this is a time when our school district is shining, and we have taken a role of leadership in our community as an educational entity. And I think that's really good for us as well. I won't tell you the statistics, but we had several new cases of COVID reported in the Central District today. And we may not, when it comes time to look at what's happening in August, because we're such a hot spot in an epicenter, we may be under different rules than other parts of the state. And we'll have to keep that in mind and stay in touch with our Central District people and our medical community and at the state level. We may be operating on an entirely different set of rules. A shout out to everybody who put those reports together. You could tell they were well thought out. They were deliberate. They were done with intentionality. And to echo something that Terry said, let's not forget to bring the staff along with these new initiatives. It's going to be so critical to their success. And thank you for a great afternoon.
All right, thank you. Julie, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Okay. I just kind of wanted to echo everyone else's, grateful for the staff, grateful for the leadership. And I think going back on all the social emotional learning strides that we've made in the past few years, I think that we're just going to have to keep building off of those, because as time goes on, we're going to see the effects of this, and we are going to see some kids that have been through some really tough times and some crazy stuff that we probably can't even wrap our heads around at this point. And I think that those kids know that the school is a safe place. I think they know that their teachers are there to support them. And that's what it all comes down to, you know, beyond test scores, beyond ACTs, college stuff. It's just knowing that they have a support system in place. So thank you to everyone for all the hard work you did putting this together.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's everybody. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody. So I'll just wrap up with a couple of comments, because everybody hit on a lot of important things already that I agree with all of them. There's this immediate response that we had to do very quickly. And it's still, even planning for the summer and the fall is still somewhat an immediate response. We don't have the luxury of kind of taking time and sitting back and thinking through it. So I think it'll be important for us at the point that we get through this, because we will get through this, it will pass, that we take a look back and very thoughtfully think about what it is. It's much like people who went through the Depression in the late 20s, 30s, people who went through World War II. They have a culture that they come out with. And I think all of us are going to be impacted in ways that we don't quite even understand yet, much to like what Julie was saying. So I think that's one thing that we have to put on our list of things to do. And it's already been mentioned about the social emotional learning. Obviously, we need to focus on that, but I would go along with this. It was said as well, but just kind of even highlight it even more. I think it's important for all of you to continue to take care of yourselves as the leaders. Others will watch your example. So make sure that you have that appropriate balance of working through things, but also taking that time to take care of yourselves. I think it's very critical, because we need to control what we can and have grace for what we cannot control. And thank you to everyone. And if there's anything that you need from the Board of Education, any more that we can do to support you, be sure to let us know. All right, Dr. Grover, back to you.
Oh, I think it was well said. I was going to let you dismiss. And I want to encourage the staff too, because we talk about this and it is very hard because there's a lot of work in front of us. But from my seat, I certainly support our staff members being able to balance the work and knowing what we're up against. And I'm just so grateful for our staff members, our teachers, our students. We miss our kids a lot. That alone weighs on us. But very grateful for the support of the Grand Island community. They are really in this with us, and I know that they depend on us, and we depend on them as well. And thank you so much for your leadership and spending time. Even during this pandemic, you realize the importance of all of us coming together during this retreat. So thank you for taking time out of your day to be with us and to continue to lead and guide us as we go forward.
All right. Big round of applause to everybody again. Woo. We have a lot to celebrate. Okay. Well, everybody, happy May Day. Go outside and get a suntan. And until we meet again on Zoom.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.